The air inside the lobby of the Grand Veridian didn't move. It sat heavy and still, smelling of lemon-scented floor wax and the metallic, ozone tang of a dying air conditioning unit. It was the kind of cold that didn't refresh. It just clung to the skin like a damp sheet. I stood at the mahogany check-in desk, my suitcase handle slick under my palm. The clerk didn't look up immediately. He was focused on a ledger, his fountain pen scratching against the paper with a sound like a fingernail dragging over a dry scab. He was a thin man, his skin the color of parchment that had been kept too close to a light bulb. "Lev, I have a reservation," I said. My voice sounded thin, swallowed by the heavy velvet drapes that lined the walls. "Name is Elias Thorne." The scratching stopped. The clerk looked up, but not at my eyes. He looked at my throat. "Mr. Thorne," he whispered. His voice was dry, a rattle of dead leaves. "We've been expecting you, though I must apologize. We are at capacity tonight." I frowned, glancing around the lobby. It was cavernous and entirely empty. The high-backed wing chairs were vacant. The mezzanine was a dark, silent shelf of shadows. At capacity, the parking lot was nearly empty. "The rooms are full, Mr. Thorne," he repeated, his gaze shifting just an inch to the left of my head. "But we have kept 412 held for your specific arrival. It is a corner suite, very quiet, or at least it should be." He slid a heavy brass key across the counter. It wasn't a plastic card. It was an old-fashioned skeleton key, cold enough to make my fingertips ache. As I reached for it, a sound drifted down from the grand staircase. It was the muffled, rhythmic thumping of someone running down a hallway, heavy, desperate footfalls, followed by the distinct, sharp peal of a woman's laughter. It sounded bright and crystalline, but it ended abruptly, as if a hand had been clamped over her mouth. "The guests are quite active tonight," the clerk said, his lips twitching into a ghost of a smile. "Please head up, and Mr. Thorne, if you hear talking through the walls, do not try to join the conversation. It's considered impolite." I took the key. The metal felt like an ice cube melting into my skin. I walked toward the elevator, the soles of my shoes clicking on the marble floor with a lonely, echoing finality. When the brass doors slid shut, the silence of the lobby was replaced by a low-frequency hum that vibrated in my teeth. The smell of old cigarettes and wet wool hit me the moment the elevator doors groaned open on the fourth floor. It was a thick, textured scent that felt like it was coating the back of my throat. The hallway was a long, tapering throat of dim yellow light and patterned carpet that seemed to vibrate if I stared at it too long. I began the walk to room 412. The silence here wasn't empty, it was pressurized. It felt like the air in a room right before a lightning strike. As I passed room 404, I stopped. I heard a voice. It was a man's voice, low and melodic, coming from behind the heavy oak door. "The salt goes in the corners," the voice said. "It has to be the sea salt, the gray kind." Then a response, a woman, her tone flat and clinical. "We already tried that, Arthur. The stains are still under the wallpaper. They're moving again." I frowned, leaning closer. The door had no "do not disturb" sign, but the brass numbers were polished to a mirror shine. I looked down at the floor. There was no gap between the door and the carpet, no light leaking out from the room. It was pitch black under the crack. I moved to 406. Here, the sound was different. It was the clinking of silverware against china, the frantic, rhythmic scraping of a knife against a plate. Scree, scree, scree. "Eat it all," a child's voice whispered. It sounded wet, as if the speaker's mouth was full of saliva. "If you don't eat the marrow, the house won't let us leave the table." My pulse began to thrum in my ears, a dull, rhythmic thudding. I reached my room, 412, at the very end of the hall. I slid the key into the lock. The tumblers fell into place with a heavy, wet thunk, like a bone snapping in a deep well. I stepped inside and flicked the light switch. The room was pristine. The bedsheets were pulled so tight they looked like a drumhead. The air was frigid, smelling of nothing but ozone. I closed the door and locked it, leaning my back against the wood. Then I heard it. Right behind me, on the other side of the door I had just closed. A soft, rhythmic scratching, not from the hallway, but from inside the door itself. And then, a whisper so close it felt like warm breath on the back of my neck, despite the room being empty. "He's inside now," the voice said. "Make sure the locks are turned. We don't want him getting back out." I spun around. The hallway was empty. My room was empty. But as I looked at the wall shared with room 414, I saw the wallpaper ripple, just for a second, like water disturbed by a stone. The sensation of being watched is usually a prickle on the skin, but in room 412, it felt like a physical weight pressing against my sternum. I sat on the edge of the bed, my hands tucked between my knees to stop the subtle tremor that had started in my left index finger. The room was silent, but it was a loud silence. It was the sound of 1,000 muted frequencies overlapping. I looked at the nightstand. A heavy black rotary phone sat there, its cord coiled like a sleeping snake. Next to it was a Bible, but when I flipped it open, the pages were blank. Every single one of them, not even page numbers, just a thick stack of cream-colored paper that smelled faintly of vinegar. I laid my head back, trying to rationalize the sounds from the hallway. Old pipes, settling wood, thin walls. That's what hotels were, echo chambers for the lives of strangers. Thump. It came from the wall to my left, room 410. "Is he listening?" a voice asked. It was a man, his voice strained, as if he were lifting something heavy. "He's always listening," a woman replied. Her voice was closer, right against the plaster. "He thinks the walls are thick. He doesn't realize the walls are just skin." I froze, my breath hitched in my throat, leaving a metallic taste on my tongue. I slowly turned my head toward the wall. The floral pattern of the wallpaper, drab browns and faded greens, seemed to shift. The vines looked less like plants and more like veins. I stood up and walked to the wall. I pressed my ear against the cold surface. "I can see his shadow," the woman's voice whispered. I jumped back, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I needed to see. I needed to prove there were people in 410. I walked to the balcony door, a heavy glass slider, and pushed it open. The night air was unnaturally still. No crickets, no wind, just the distant, low hum of the highway that felt miles further away than it should be. I stepped onto the narrow concrete ledge and leaned out, looking toward the window of room 410. The curtains were open. The room was dark, illuminated only by the pale moonlight. It was empty. No furniture, no carpet, just the bare gray concrete of the subfloor and the exposed wooden studs of the walls. It looked like a construction site, skeletal and hollow. But as I watched, a shadow moved across the back wall. It was the shadow of a man sitting at a table, raising a glass to his lips. There was no man, there was no table. There was only the shadow, sharp and black, moving independently of any light source. "The vintage is poor this year," the shadow's voice drifted through the glass, muffled but clear. "It tastes of copper and regret." I backed away from the ledge, my skin turning cold and clammy. I slid the glass door shut and locked it, my breath coming in short, jagged gasps. I turned back to my room, and for a split second I saw them. 3 figures stood at the foot of my bed. They were translucent, like smoke held together by a prayer. They were dressed in clothes from the 1940s, sharp suits, cloche hats. They weren't looking at me. They were looking at the floor where I had been standing. "He's standing on the spot," the smallest one, a young girl, whispered. She pointed a shimmering finger at my feet. "That's where the floor gives way." I looked down. The carpet beneath my feet began to darken, a wet crimson stain spreading outward from the center. I lunged toward the bathroom, slamming the door and fumbling for the light. When the fluorescent bulb flickered to life, the stain was gone. The voices were gone. There was only the sound of a single drop of water falling from the faucet into the sink. Drip, drip, drip. Except the water in the basin wasn't clear. It was thick and black like old oil. And when I looked in the mirror, my own reflection was 3 seconds behind my movements. I lowered my hands, and the man in the mirror stayed there, staring at me, his hands still cupped to his face, before slowly, agonizingly, lowering them to match mine. The bathroom felt smaller than it had 2 minutes ago. The tiles were a pale, sickly yellow, and the air smelled of wet limestone. I kept my eyes locked on the mirror, waiting for the reflection to catch up, for the reality of the room to stabilize. I reached for the faucet to turn it off, but my hands stopped. The dripping hadn't stopped, but the sound had changed. It wasn't a splash anymore. It was a click. Click, click, click. Like a typewriter. I looked down at the drain. The black fluid was swirling, forming shapes. I leaned in, my nose inches from the porcelain. The smell of vinegar was back, stronger now, stinging my eyes. "Check the vents," a voice whispered. It didn't come from the walls this time. It came from the drain. "The air is where they keep the memories." I backed out of the bathroom, my hands shaking so violently I had to shove them into my pockets. I needed to leave. I didn't care about the refund. I didn't care about the midnight drive. This wasn't a hotel. It was a digestive system. I grabbed my suitcase. It felt heavier than before, as if someone had lined the bottom with lead. I hauled it toward the door and grabbed the handle. It wouldn't turn. The brass knob was ice cold, and no matter how much force I applied, it felt welded to the frame. I tried the key. The key turned in the lock. I heard the mechanism move, but the door stayed shut. I pounded on the wood. "Hey, is someone out there? The lock is stuck." Silent. Then the sound of footsteps in the hall. Slow, deliberate. They stopped right outside my door. "Mr. Thorne," it was the clerk. His voice was muffled, but the clinical, detached tone was unmistakable. "Is there an issue?" "The door is stuck. Get someone up here to open it." "I'm afraid that's not possible, Mr. Thorne. The rooms are at capacity. If I open your door, the pressure will drop. We can't have a drop in pressure. The guests in 411 are very sensitive to drafts." "I don't care about 411. Open this door." "Please, Mr. Thorne, return to the bed. It's almost time for the 2:00 a.m. check-in. You wouldn't want to be standing when the floor resets." I heard his footsteps walk away. He didn't sound like he was walking on carpet. He sounded like he was walking on dry bone. I turned back to the room. The digital clock on the nightstand was blinking. 1:58, 1:58, 1:58. The hum in the walls increased in volume. It was a low-end vibration that made my vision blur. I looked at the wall shared with 414. The wallpaper wasn't just rippling now, it was breathing. The floral patterns expanded and contracted in a slow, rhythmic cycle. "He's trying to leave," a voice from 414 said. It was a man, his voice dripping with mock pity. "They always try to leave before the tally." "He doesn't know he's already on the list," a woman replied. I ran to the window. I would jump. It was only the 4th floor. I'd break a leg, but I'd be out. I grabbed the handle of the sliding glass door and pulled. It didn't move. I looked through the glass. The parking lot was gone. In its place was a vast gray void. No trees, no cars, no road. Just a flat, featureless expanse of mist that stretched into infinity. The clock clicked 1:59. The temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath blooming in the air like white ghosts. I scrambled onto the bed, pulling the thin wool blanket around my shoulders. 200. The sound that ripped through the room wasn't a scream. It was the sound of 1,000 doors opening at once. The wall between my room and 410 simply vanished, not like it was knocked down, but as if it had never existed. I was looking into the skeletal, gray room I had seen from the balcony, but it wasn't empty anymore. A family sat on the floor in the center of the room. They were gray-skinned, their eyes wide and lidless, staring at a television that wasn't there. They were all miming the action of eating popcorn from empty hands. "The show is starting," the father said. His jaw unhinged further than a human's should. He turned his head 180 degrees to look at me. "You're late, Mr. Thorne. Sit down. You're blocking the view of the end." I looked at where the television should be. Against the far wall of their room, a shape was beginning to form out of the mist. It was a door that looked exactly like mine. And on the other side of that door, I saw myself. I was sitting on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, staring back with eyes full of terror. The me on the other side of the door reached out a hand. "Don't let them count you," the other me whispered. "If they count you, you become part of the furniture." From the hallway, I heard the clerk's voice, closer now, right behind my ear. "One," he whispered. "We have one in 412. I felt a cold, phantom finger touch the top of my head. "Two," the clerk said, looking at the other me. The room began to spin. The Gray family started to laugh, a dry, hacking sound that filled the void. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for the sun to rise, but as the darkness took me, I realized the metallic taste in my mouth wasn't fear. It was the taste of the brass key, which I had somehow swallowed without noticing. I could feel it sitting heavy and cold in my stomach, a permanent part of the hotel's inventory. The sensation of the key in my gut was more than a weight, it was a tether. It pulsed with a slow, mechanical heartbeat that synced with the thrumming of the building. When I opened my eyes, the wall to room 410 had returned, but it was no longer solid. It was translucent, like a cataract-filmed eye, allowing me to see the Gray family still sitting in their skeletal theater. They were frozen now, statues of ash waiting for the next frame of a film only they could see. I rolled off the bed, my knees hitting the floor with a dull thud. The carpet felt different. It was no longer fabric, but something closer to moss, damp, and slightly yielding. I crawled toward the bathroom, driven by a desperate, primal need to purge the metal from my system. If the key stayed inside me, I knew with a terrifying certainty that I would never be able to pass through the front doors of the Grand Veridian again. I would be just another fixture, like the mahogany desk or the velvet drapes. I reached the porcelain basin and gripped the edges. The black liquid had drained away, leaving behind a residue that looked like soot. I shoved my fingers down my throat, gagging, my eyes watering as the smell of vinegar and old cigarettes billowed up from the pipes. I heaved, my chest constricting, but nothing came up except a mouthful of that same black, oily bile. "It's no use, Elias," a voice said. I looked up at the mirror. My reflection wasn't looking back at me. It was standing with its back turned, staring at the bathroom door. "The key isn't in your stomach," the reflection said, its voice muffled as if speaking through a thick curtain. "It's in your history. You brought it with you when you signed the ledger." "I didn't sign anything," I croaked, my throat raw. The reflection turned around slowly. Its face was a blur of features, like a photograph taken with a shaky hand. "You walked in. That's the signature. Every step you took on the marble was a stroke of the pen." The reflection reached out and touched the glass from the other side. Where its fingers met the surface, the mirror began to frost over, white crystals blooming in the shape of a hand. "Do you remember why you came here, Elias, truly?" I opened my mouth to answer, but the memory was gone. I remembered the drive. I remembered the empty parking lot. But the reason, the purpose that had driven me to this specific, crumbling monument of a hotel was a void. It was a hole in the center of my mind, shaped exactly like the key I could feel vibrating beneath my ribs. "I had a reservation," I whispered. "We all had reservations," a new voice joined in. This one came from the shower curtain. I ripped it aside. The tub was empty, but the drain was whistling. "I had a reservation for a honeymoon, 1924. The champagne was corked and the bed was too soft. I'm still waiting for them to bring the extra pillows." I backed out of the bathroom, stumbling into the main room. The lights flickered, casting long, jerky shadows that seemed to detach themselves from the furniture. The digital clock was no longer blinking 2:00. It was counting backward, the numbers spinning so fast they became a blur of red light. I grabbed the heavy black phone on the nightstand and slammed the receiver to my ear. I didn't dial. I didn't have to. "Front desk," the clerk's voice crackled. He sounded like he was speaking from the bottom of a very deep well. "Let me out," I pleaded. "I'll leave my luggage. I'll leave everything. Just open the door." "Mr. Thorne, you're being impulsive. The night is only just beginning. We have the gala in the ballroom at 3:15. You were requested specifically by the hostess." "I don't know any hostess. I just want to go to my car." "The car is a metaphor, Mr. Thorne. A very modern, very fragile metaphor. It won't start in the void. Nothing starts in the void except the conversation. Now, please dress for the occasion. There is a suit in the wardrobe. It has been tailored to your exact measurements. Or rather, the measurements you will have by the time you reach the lobby." The line went dead with a sound like a bone snapping. I looked at the wardrobe. It was a massive, dark wood piece that seemed to lean toward me. I hadn't noticed it when I first entered the room. It felt like it had grown there, a parasitic twin to the walls. I walked toward it, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. I didn't want to open it. Every instinct I had left was screaming at me to run, to throw myself against the window until the glass shattered, to claw through the drywall with my fingernails. But the key in my gut gave a sharp, agonizing twist, pulling me toward the wardrobe like a compass needle to the north. I pulled the door open. Inside, hanging on a wire hanger that shrieked against the wood, was a suit. It was charcoal gray, the fabric heavy and expensive looking. But as I reached out to touch the sleeve, I saw what it was made of. It wasn't wool or silk. It was woven from thousands of strands of human hair, all different colors, blonde, brunette, gray, intertwined so tightly they formed a shimmering, morbid tweed. On the floor of the wardrobe sat a pair of shoes. They were polished to a high shine, but the leather was porous, dotted with tiny holes that looked like sweat pores. They were breathing. The shoes were subtly expanding and contracting, a quiet, rhythmic inhalation that matched my own. "It fits," a voice whispered from inside the suit. I slammed the wardrobe shut and bolted for the window again. I didn't care about the void. I didn't care about the Gray family. I picked up the heavy glass ashtray from the table and hurled it at the sliding door. The ashtray didn't shatter the glass. It passed through it. I watched paralyzed as the ashtray sailed out into the gray mist. It didn't fall. It simply hung there, suspended in the nothingness, until it began to dissolve, turning into a cloud of fine white powder that was swallowed by the fog. The glass of the door wasn't solid anymore. It was a membrane. I reached out a hand, my fingers brushing the surface. It felt like cold oil. My hand passed through, and for a second I felt the absolute silence of the void. It wasn't just a lack of sound. It was the absence of the possibility of sound. It was a vacuum that tried to suck the very thoughts out of my head. I pulled my hand back. My fingertips were gray, the color drained from the skin as if it had been bleached. "Don't go out there," the girl's voice from the floor whispered. I turned. The translucent wall was still there, and the little girl was standing right against it, her nose pressed to the shimmering barrier. The mist is where the forgotten things go. If you go into the mist, you don't even get to be a shadow. You just stop. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice breaking. "It's the Grand Viridian," she said, as if that explained everything. "It's where the rooms are always full because no one ever checks out. They just move, from 412 to 413, from the lobby to the basement, from the bed to the wallpaper." She pointed to the wall behind me. I turned and saw a face beginning to form in the floral pattern. It was a man, his features stretched thin by the repeating vines. His mouth was open in a silent cry, his eyes two dark knots in the wood. "That was Mr. Henderson," the girl said. "He complained about the noise. Now he's part of the insulation. He keeps us warm." The room began to vibrate again. The low-frequency hum escalated into a roar that felt like it was coming from inside my skull. The floor beneath my feet began to tilt, the carpet rippling like the surface of a disturbed pond. 2:15. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, the sounds of the hotel became vivid. I could hear the scratching inside the walls, not just in my room, but in every room, a symphony of frantic claws. I could hear the weeping of the pipes, the rhythmic thudding of 1,000 hearts beating out of sync. And then a light appeared under the door. It wasn't the yellow light of the hallway. It was a harsh, flickering blue, like the glow of a welder's torch. I heard the sound of a heavy metal cart being pushed down the corridor. Squeak thud, squeak thud. It stopped outside 412. "Housekeeping," a voice boomed. It wasn't the clerk. This voice was deep, resonant, and had the metallic edge of a machine. The door, which had been unyielding only minutes before, swung open with a violent force, slamming against the interior wall. A figure stood in the doorway. It was nearly 7 feet tall, dressed in a pristine white uniform that glowed in the blue light. Where its head should have been, there was a large brass birdcage. Inside the cage, a single, flickering candle burned, its flame dancing in a wind I couldn't feel. The figure didn't have hands. In their place were long, silver shears, the blades at least a foot long, polished to a surgical brilliance. "The linens are soiled," the housekeeper said. The voice didn't come from the cage, it vibrated out of the figure's chest. "The guest is soiled. Purge is required for the 3:00 a.m. transition." I backed away, tripping over my suitcase. The housekeeper stepped into the room, the shears snicking together with a sound that made my teeth ache. Snip, snip, snip. "I'm not soiled, I just got here," I screamed, scrambling toward the balcony. "You bring the outside in," the housekeeper said, moving with a jerky, stop-motion grace. "The outside is chaos. The outside is rot. We must trim the edges. We must make you fit the frame." The figure lunged. I rolled to the side, the silver blades slicing through the mattress of the bed with the ease of a hot knife through butter. A cloud of white feathers exploded into the air, but they weren't feathers. They were tiny scraps of paper, each one covered in dense, microscopic handwriting. I scrambled toward the door, seeing my only chance. The housekeeper was between me and the window, but the hallway was open. I didn't care what was out there anymore. Anything was better than the shears. I bolted into the hall. The corridor had changed. It was no longer a straight line. It was a curving, organic tunnel of doors, the ceiling sagging low, dripping a thick, translucent sap. The blue light from the housekeeper's cage cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to reach for my ankles. I ran past room 414, 416, 418. The numbers were climbing, but the doors were getting closer together. "Help me," I shouted, pounding on a door as I sprinted past. The door to 420 flew open. A hand reached out, a gray, withered hand with fingernails like shards of flint, and grabbed my bicep. "In here, boy," an old man hissed. He yanked me into the room just as the housekeeper's shears slammed into the doorframe, carving a massive gout of wood from the oak. The old man slammed the door and threw a series of heavy brass bolts that I hadn't seen on my own door. I collapsed on the floor, gasping for air. The room was pitch black, smelling of salt and old newspapers. "Don't speak," the old man whispered. "He hunts by the sound of your breath. Hold it until your lungs scream." I did as he said. We sat in the crushing darkness, the only sound the distant snip, snip, snip of the housekeeper moving further down the hall. After what felt like an hour, but was likely only minutes, the old man exhaled. "He's gone to the service elevator," he murmured. "He has to sharpen the blades. There's a lot of trimming to do tonight. The hotel is hungry." The old man struck a match. The small flame revealed a room that was packed from floor to ceiling with stacks of old newspapers. There was no bed, no chair, just narrow canyons between the towers of print. The man himself was skeletal, his skin hanging off his bones in loose folds, his eyes milky with cataracts. "You're the new one," he said, peering at me. "Thorne, I saw your name on the manifest." "How do you know my name?" "I read the papers," he said, gesturing to the stacks. "Everything that happens in the hotel is printed here. Past, present, future. It's all the same to the Viridian. It just takes time for the ink to dry." He reached into a nearby stack and pulled out a yellowed broadsheet. He handed it to me. The headline, printed in bold, Gothic type, read, "Eliasthorne elects permanence." Below the headline was a photograph. It was a picture of me, sitting in this very room, holding this very newspaper. In the photo, I look decades older, my hair white, my eyes as milky as the old man's. I don't understand, I whispered. The hotel doesn't just take your body, the man said. It takes your sequence. It stretches you out. You're in room 412, and you're in room 420, and you're in the basement all at once. You're just a series of moments the building is digesting. I have to get out. There has to be a way out. The old man laughed, a sound like dry husks of corn rubbing together. There is a way, but you won't like it. You have to find the room that isn't there. The room that isn't there. Room 0, he said, the center of the spiral. It's where the architect stays. He's the one who keeps the ledgers. If you can get him to cross out your name, the hotel will spit you out. But be warned, Thorn, the architect doesn't like to be interrupted. He's very busy with the math. How do I find it? The old man leaned in close, his breath smelling of dust and copper. You have to follow the sound of the laughter. The woman's laughter you heard in the lobby. She's the architect's daughter. She's the only thing in this place that still has a heart, even if it's kept in a jar. Suddenly, the floor beneath us groaned. A deep, resonant vibration shook the towers of newspapers, sending several toppling over. The 2:30 shift, the old man hissed. The rooms are migrating. You have to go now, or you'll end up in the laundry, and you don't want to know what they do to the guests in the laundry. He pushed me toward a small, hidden door behind a stack of papers. Go, follow the laughter. And Thorn, if you see yourself in the hallways, don't make eye contact. It's bad luck to see the end before you reach it. I stepped through the door into a narrow, vertical shaft. There was no ladder, only a series of rusted iron pipes that ran up and down into the darkness. From somewhere far below, I heard it. The laughter. It was bright, crystalline, and utterly terrifying. It echoed up the shaft, followed by the sound of a woman's voice, singing a nursery rhyme in a language that sounded like the crackling of a fire. I grabbed the pipes and began to climb down, my hands slick with the grease of the hotel's inner workings. The key in my stomach glowed hot, a burning ember that guided me deeper into the gut of the Grand Viridian. I wasn't a guest anymore. I was a stowaway in my own life, descending into the architecture of a nightmare, looking for a room that didn't exist, to meet a man who was made of math. The air grew hotter as I descended, the smell of ozone replaced by the thick, sweet scent of rotting lilies. The laughter grew louder, more frantic. Elias, the voice sang. Come down, Elias, the table is set. The guests are hungry, and you're the only one who brought the wine. I looked down. Below me, the shaft opened into a vast, vaulted chamber filled with thousands of brass keys, all hanging from silken threads, swaying in a wind that tasted of salt and secrets. In the center of the chamber stood a girl in a white dress, her back to me, holding a silver jar that pulsed with a soft, red light. She turned around and my heart stopped. She had my eyes, not just the color, but the exact shape, the exact way the light hit the iris. Hello, Father, she said, her voice a perfect echo of my own. You're just in time for the count. I stared at her, my hands cramping around the rusted pipes. The heat in the shaft was becoming unbearable, a humid, cloying warmth that felt like standing inside a throat. I'm not your father, I managed to choke out, the words feeling brittle as they left my lips. The girl tilted her head. The movement was fluid, lacking the skeletal jerkiness of the housekeeper or the old man in the newspaper tomb. She looked. She looked healthy, radiant even, which made her presence in the bowels of the Viridian all the more obscene. She was the only thing in the hotel that didn't look like it was composed of dust or shadows. Time is a relative concept here, Elias, she said, ignoring my protest. She held up the silver jar. Inside, a fist-sized lump of muscle was beating with a wet, rhythmic thud. It wasn't just a heart, it was a clock. With every pulse, the thousands of keys hanging from the ceiling shifted, clinking against one another like a forest of wind chimes. You haven't been my father yet, but you will have been. The hotel doesn't care about the order of the pages, only that the book is finished. I forced my frozen limbs to move, sliding further down the pipe until my feet touched the cold stone floor of the chamber. The floor was etched with concentric circles, a geometric map that seemed to pulse in time with the jar. The old man said I need room 0, I said, my voice sounding small against the vast, vaulted ceiling. He said I need to find the architect. The girl laughed again, a sound that sent a shiver of pure ice through my overheated blood. My father is very busy. He's reconciling the ledger. You see, the hotel is overbooked. It's always overbooked. People keep coming in, but the exits have all turned into windows, and the windows have all turned into paintings. To make room for a new soul, an old one has to be redistributed. She stepped toward me, and the keys above our heads parted for her as if they were sentient. You have the key in your stomach, Elias. I can see it glowing through your skin. It's a master key. It doesn't open doors. It opens people. I clutched my midsection. The vibration had become a steady, agonizing heat. I didn't ask for this. I just took a wrong turn. I saw the sign for the hotel and I thought. You thought you were tired, she finished for me, her eyes shimmering with a terrifying empathy. Everyone who comes here is tired. Tired of the world outside, where things break and stay broken. Here, nothing is ever lost. It's just repurposed. That suit in your wardrobe, that was a family from 1958. They wanted to stay together forever. The hotel granted their wish. Now they're a single garment, woven tight, never to be parted. She reached out a hand, her fingers stopping just inches from my chest. Give me the key, Elias. If you give it to me, I can make the transition painless. I can weave you into the velvet of the curtains in the ballroom. You'll hear the music every night. You'll never be lonely again. No, I hissed, backing away. My heel caught on one of the etched lines in the floor. I'm leaving. I'm going to find the architect, and I'm going to make him let me out. The girl's expression shifted. The warmth drained from her face, leaving behind a mask of cold, porcelain indifference. Then you'd better run. The 3:00 a.m. gala is a formal event, and the housekeeper is very strict about the dress code. If you aren't wearing the hair suit, he'll have to skin you to make a new one. She turned her back to me and began to hum that nursery rhyme again. The sound seemed to pull the walls inward. I didn't stay to see what would happen when they met. I turned and ran toward a dark archway at the far end of the chamber, the only exit that didn't involve climbing back into the throat of the hotel. As I entered the archway, the temperature plummeted. I was in a long, narrow corridor of white tile. It looked like a hospital wing, but the doors had no handles, only small, circular grills at eye level. From behind the grills came the sound of scratching, thousands of fingernails against metal. I ran, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The tile floor was slick with a substance that smelled like industrial bleach and old blood. 2:45. The red light of a digital clock appeared on the wall ahead, but it wasn't a clock. It was a counter. Total occupancy, 1,042. Available slots. The number 1 in the negative was blinking. Me, I was the surplus. I was the one who didn't fit the equation. I reached the end of the tile corridor and found myself standing before a door made of solid gold. It was out of place in the sterile, white hallway, ornate and heavy, embossed with the image of a tree whose branches were made of keys and whose roots were made of human hands. There was no handle, only a keyhole, shaped exactly like the jagged, vibrating lump beneath my ribs. The pain in my stomach became a white-hot spike. I fell to my knees, clutching my gut. I could feel the key pushing outward, stretching the skin. It wasn't just a metaphor. The hotel was demanding its due. Open, I wheezed, pressing my forehead against the cold gold. Please, just open. A voice spoke from behind the door. It wasn't the clerk, or the girl, or the old man. It was a voice that sounded like 1,000 gears turning in perfect unison. It was the sound of a clockwork universe. The entry fee is paid in kind, Mr. Thorne. To enter the center, you must surrender the periphery. What does that mean? I cried out. The key is not yours to keep. It is a part of the building that you stole when you entered. Return it, and the way is clear. The skin of my abdomen began to tear. There was no blood, only a golden light that spilled out onto the white tiles. I reached into the wound, my fingers closing around the cold, hard metal of the key. It felt like pulling a tooth out of my own soul. With a scream that was swallowed by the tiles, I wrenched the key free. It was long, silver, and intricate, its teeth constantly shifting and rearranging themselves. As soon as it was out of my body, the wound closed, leaving not even a scar, though the phantom pain remained, a hollow ache that told me I would never be whole again. I stood up, trembling, and inserted the key into the golden door. The lock didn't just turn, it sang, a deep, resonant chord that vibrated through my marrow. The door swung inward. I expected a grand office, a throne room, perhaps a control center filled with monitors. Instead, I stepped into a small, windowless room that looked exactly like a standard hotel room, but stripped of all color. The bed was white, the walls were white, the furniture was white. In the center of the room, sitting at a small white desk, was a man. He was wearing a white suit, and his skin was the color of unbaked dough. He was hunched over a massive ledger, his hand moving with mechanical precision as he wrote in ink that was as black as the void outside the windows. He didn't look up when I entered. "You're late, Mr. Thorne," the architect said. His voice was the gear grind I had heard through the door. "The 3:00 a.m. gala is the highlight of the season. The hostess has been asking for you." "I don't care about the gala," I said, my voice shaking. "I want to leave. You're the one in charge. Erase my name. Let me go back to my car." The architect stopped writing. He slowly lifted his head. He had no eyes, only two perfectly circular mirrors where his sockets should have been. In them I saw myself, small, terrified, and already beginning to fade at the edges. "The car is gone, Elias. It was reclaimed by the elements 40 years ago. Time is a very different animal inside these walls." 40 years, I just got here. I was driving too. I stopped. The memory of my destination was still a void. "You were driving nowhere," the architect said, his voice devoid of emotion. "You were looking for a place where the world couldn't find you. You were looking for a room where the door never opens. The Viridian heard you. It always hears the ones who want to disappear." He turned the ledger around. I saw my name, Elias Thorne, written in that abyssal ink. But it wasn't just a signature, it was a list. Elias Thorne, room 412, physicality. Elia's Thorn, room 420. Observation. Elia's Thorn, the wardrobe. Utility. Elia's Thorn, the boiler room. Energy. I've already distributed you, Elias. You've been very useful. Your fear is powering the elevators. Your confusion is insulating the north wing. You've even contributed to the decor. I'm standing right here, I shouted, slamming my hands onto the desk. I'm not a battery. I'm not insulation. The architect leaned forward, the mirrors in his eyes reflecting the flickering blue light from the hallway. Are you? Look at your hands. I looked down. My fingers were translucent. I could see the white wood of the desk through my skin. I was becoming like the girl, like the gray family, like the man in the wallpaper. The process is nearly complete, the architect said. By the time the clock strikes 3:15, there will be no Elia's Thorn. There will only be the Grand Viridian. It's a beautiful symbiosis, don't you think? You give us your existence, and we give you a place where you never have to worry about the outside again. No, I whispered. There has to be a way, the girl said. She said you keep the ledgers if you cross me out. Why would I do that? The architect asked, genuinely puzzled. The equation must balance. If I remove you, I have a hole, a vacuum. The building cannot tolerate a vacuum. It would collapse, and all the souls woven into the rugs and the pipes would be cast into the void. Would you be so selfish, Mr. Thorne? Would you kill 1,000 ghosts just to be a lonely man in a broken car? I looked at the ledger. The ink was still wet. In that moment, I remembered why I had come. It wasn't a void anymore. It came back to me in a rush of cold, sharp clarity. I hadn't been driving to somewhere. I had been driving away. I had lost everything, my job, my home, the people who knew my name. I had been a ghost in the real world long before I found the hotel. I had come here because I wanted to be full. I wanted to be part of something that couldn't be taken away. The architect saw the realization in my eyes. There it is, he murmured. The signature. Not the one you wrote on the marble, but the one you wrote in your heart before you even turned the key in the ignition. He picked up the pen and held it out to me. Accept the gala, Elias. Go to the ballroom. The hostess is waiting. She's been waiting for a very long time for someone who understands what it means to be truly empty. I reached for the pen, my hand almost entirely invisible now. The blue light from the hallway grew brighter, and I could hear the sound of a violin playing, a mournful, looping melody that seemed to be coming from the walls themselves. But then I felt something in my pocket. It was a small, hard object. I reached in and pulled it out. It was a mint, a small white peppermint in a crinkly plastic wrapper. I remembered the bowl on the front desk. I remembered the clerk's hand, the way it had looked like a bundle of twigs. I remembered the taste of the outside world. It was sharp, artificial, and fleeting. It was the taste of a world that changed. The outside isn't rot, I said, my voice gaining a sudden, unexpected strength. It's just finished. Things end there. That's what makes them real. I didn't take the pen. Instead, I grabbed the silver jar from the desk. The girl must have left it there when I wasn't looking. The heart inside was still beating, still keeping the hotel's time. What are you doing? The architect's voice lost its mechanical calm. It became a frantic, grinding screech. I'm checking out, I said. I didn't smash the jar. I didn't throw it. I opened it. The smell of salt and lilies exploded into the room. I reached inside and squeezed the heart. The hotel screamed. It wasn't a human scream. It was the sound of 1,000 beams snapping, of a million pipes bursting, of every window in the building shattering at once. The white room began to dissolve, the walls peeling away like burnt paper to reveal the gray void beneath. The architect vanished, his white suit turning into a cloud of moths that were instantly sucked into the darkness. I was falling. There was no floor, no ceiling, only the rushing sound of the wind and the fading music of the violin. I clutched the peppermint in my hand, the only solid thing left in the universe. Elias, a voice called out. It was the girl. She was falling with me, her white dress fluttering like a flag. You can't leave. You're part of the math. You're the missing one. Find your own equation, I yelled back, though the wind tore the words from my mouth. I closed my eyes and put the peppermint in my mouth. The sharp, stinging taste of mint flooded my senses, a jolt of reality that acted like an anchor. Grunge. The world exploded into white. I woke up with a gasp, my lungs burning as if I hadn't breathed in hours. I was sitting in my car. The engine was idling, the heater blowing lukewarm air against my knees. It was dark. The headlights were cutting a twin path through a thick, swirling fog. I looked at the dashboard clock. 3:16 a.m. I looked to my right. There, through the mist, was the sign. The Grand Veridin Hotel, full rooms. The building looked exactly as it had before, a crumbling Victorian monument to a forgotten age. But as I watched, a single light flickered on in a window on the 4th floor, room 412. A figure was standing at the window. It was too far away to see the face, but the figure was wearing a charcoal gray suit that seemed to shimmer in the moonlight. The figure raised a hand in a slow, stiff wave. I didn't wave back. I slammed the car into gear and floored the accelerator, the tires screaming as they found purchase on the damp asphalt. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see if the road behind me was turning into a hallway. I drove until the sun came up, until the fog burnt away, and the world became solid and loud and messy again. I stopped at a diner in a town I didn't know the name of. I sat at the counter, my hands still trembling as I ordered a coffee. The waitress, a tired-looking woman with a name tag that read Marge, set a cup down in front of me. "Long night?" she asked, her voice kind but weary. "The longest," I said. I reached into my pocket to pay for the coffee. My fingers brushed against something cold and hard. I pulled it out, expecting a coin. It was a key, a heavy brass key with a tag attached to it by a piece of twine. On the tag, written in dense, black ink that was still slightly wet, were the numbers 412. And below that, in my own handwriting, "Don't forget to tip the housekeeper." I looked at my hand. In the harsh fluorescent light of the diner, my fingertips were still slightly gray, and when I looked into the reflection of the coffee, my eyes didn't look back at me. They were staring at the door, waiting for someone to walk in. I paid for the coffee and left the key on the table. As I walked out, I heard the sound of a silver snip behind me. I didn't turn around. I just kept walking, hoping that the world outside was still big enough to hide in. But as I reached my car, I noticed something in the window of the diner. Marge was standing there watching me. She wasn't smiling. She was holding the key, and as our eyes met, she pressed it to her lips and whispered a single word that I didn't need to hear to understand. Reserved. I drove for 3 days without sleeping. I followed the sun until it set, then followed the white lines of the highway until they blurred into a hypnotic ribbon of static. Every time I felt my eyelids grow heavy, I would see that silver flash in the diner window, Marge's hand, the key, the word reserved, and my foot would press harder on the gas. My heart felt like it had been replaced by a metronome, ticking with a frantic, mechanical rhythm that didn't belong to a human chest. The world outside should have felt comforting, but it had become a thin veneer. I looked at the trees and saw the grain of the wood as potential fabric for a suit. I looked at the clouds and saw the heavy, suffocating velvet of the ballroom curtains. The hotel hadn't just tried to absorb me, it had contaminated my optics. It had taught me how to see the world as a warehouse of spare parts. By the fourth night, the car began to sputter. I was somewhere in the high desert, a landscape of cracked earth and Joshua trees that looked like distorted limbs reaching for a silent god. When the engine finally died, the silence that rushed into the cabin was deafening. It wasn't the silence of the desert. It was the silence of a vacuum. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned a translucent white. I waited for the smell of ozone. I waited for the red digital glow of the occupancy counter to bleed through the windshield. But there was only the cooling tick of the engine and the distant howl of the wind. I stepped out of the car, my legs shaking. My shadow, cast by the rising moon, looked too long, too sharp. I walked to the edge of the road and looked out into the scrub. There, nestled between two dunes, was a structure. It wasn't a hotel. It was a shack, a derelict gas station from an era when chrome was king. I approached it because I had no choice. My throat was a desert of its own, and the phantom minty taste had turned into a bitter metallic tang. As I reached the door of the shack, I saw a payphone hanging by a rusted cord. I picked up the receiver. There was no dial tone, only the sound of a violin, faint and looping, playing the same three notes over and over. I dropped the phone and backed away, but the door to the shack creaked open. "You're early for the 3:15, a voice rasped. It was the old man from the boiler room. He was sitting on a crate of empty glass bottles, his skin looking like parchment paper stretched over a bird's cage. He wasn't wearing his overalls anymore. He was wearing a tuxedo made of what looked like dried leaves and old newspapers. "I left," I said, my voice cracking. "I broke the heart, I'm out." The old man chuckled, a sound like dry husks rubbing together. "You broke a clock, Elias. You didn't break the time. You think the architect is a man in a suit. He's a geometry. He's the space between the thoughts you don't want to have. You didn't leave the Viridian, you just expanded it." He gestured to the vast, empty desert around us. "Look at the horizon. Tell me, does it look like a line or does it look like a seam?" I looked. The sky didn't meet the earth. It tucked under it. The stars weren't stars. They were the heads of silver pins holding the black fabric of the night in place. "The key I left at the diner," I whispered. "Why did it follow me?" "Because you're the master key now," the old man said, standing up. His joints popped with the sound of snapping deadwood. "When you reached into your own gut and pulled that silver thing out, you didn't surrender your place. You accepted the promotion. The architect is gone because he was a placeholder. He was waiting for someone with enough outside in them to start the next cycle, someone who knew the taste of a peppermint." He walked toward me, and I realized he wasn't walking on the ground. He was walking on the air, his feet finding invisible stairs in the atmosphere. "The hotel is full, Elias. It's always been full, but the guest list needs a new scribe, someone to decide who becomes a rug and who becomes a song." "I won't do it," I said, backing into the desert. "I'll die first." "Die?" The old man laughed. and this time the sound was joined by 1,000 others: the girl, the clerk, the faceless guests in the wallpaper. In the Viridian, death is just a change in upholstery. You can't die when you've already been distributed. He reached into his tuxedo pocket and pulled out a pair of silver shears. They were the same ones the housekeeper used, but these were larger, etched with the same geometric maps I had seen on the chamber floor. "The 3:15 is the hour of the cut," he said. "It's when we trim the excess. It's when we turn the surplus into the structure." I turned to run, but the desert floor began to ripple. The sand didn't feel like sand. It felt like carpet pile. The Joshua trees began to straighten, their bark smoothing out into polished mahogany pillars. The sky began to lower, the stars expanding into crystal chandeliers. I wasn't in the desert anymore. I was in the ballroom. The music was no longer faint. It was a roar of strings and brass, a waltz that felt like a physical weight pressing against my eardrums. The room was filled with dancers. They moved with a stiff, choreographed grace, their clothes shimmering with a light that didn't come from the chandeliers. I saw the family from 1958. They were a single, swirling mass of silk and wool, 4 heads emerging from a single, giant gown. I saw the man from the wallpaper, his face now 3-dimensional but still flat and gray, dancing with a woman whose hair was made of copper wiring. At the far end of the room, on a dais of white marble, sat a chair. It wasn't a throne, it was a desk, and on that desk sat the ledger. The hostess stood beside the desk. She was tall, her dress a cascade of liquid shadow that seemed to swallow the light. Her face was hidden behind a mask made of mirrors. As I approached, I saw my own reflection in her face, shattered, distorted, and fading. "Mr. Thorne," she said, her voice a chorus of whispers. "The guests have been so patient. They've been waiting for the new math." "I'm not the architect," I screamed over the music. "No," she agreed, stepping down from the dais. "The architect was a builder. You are a resident. You understand the loneliness of the rooms. You understand why we stay." She held out her hand. In her palm lay the peppermint I had eaten. It was whole again, the wrapper crinkling as if it had never been touched. "Everything returns here, Elias. That is the law of the Viridian. Nothing is ever truly lost. It is only waiting for its turn to be used." I looked at the dancers. I saw the terror in their eyes, the way their limbs moved against their will, pulled by invisible wires that disappeared into the ceiling. I saw the beauty of it, too, the absolute order, the lack of decay, the way they would never have to face a world that forgot their names. "If I take the pen," I asked, "can I let them go?" The hostess tilted her head, the mirrors on her face reflecting the flickering candles. "You can do anything the ledger allows, but remember, the equation must balance. For every soul you release into the outside, the vacuum will pull another in. Do you want to be the one who chooses who stays in the dark so that someone else can see the sun?" I looked at the ledger. I saw Marge's name there. I saw the names of people I had passed on the highway. I saw my own name, written in ink that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. I reached for the pen. It felt heavy, like a lead pipe. As my fingers closed around it, the transparency of my skin vanished. I became solid, heavy, and cold. The music reached a crescendo, a dissonant chord that seemed to shatter the very air. I didn't write a name. I didn't erase a soul. I drew a door. I drew it right across the center of the ledger, a jagged, rectangular outline that cut through the names and the numbers and the occupancy counts. The hostess shrieked, a sound of tearing metal. The ballroom began to shake. The chandeliers swung wildly, shedding crystals like frozen tears. The dancers stopped, their heads snapping toward me in unison. "What are you doing?" the old man cried, appearing at my side. "You're breaking the spine. You'll unmake us all." "Good," I said. I pushed my hand into the drawing. The paper didn't tear. It gave way, opening into a void that was darker than the hotel, darker than the night. It was the void of the between, the place where things go when they are truly finished. I felt a pull, a massive gravitational suction that began to draw the room into the ledger. The curtains were sucked in first, screaming as they were shredded into lint. Then the furniture, then the dancers. They didn't go into the void with fear. They went with a strange, hollow relief, their forms dissolving into smoke as they touched the edges of the drawing. The hostess tried to grab me, her mirrored mask cracking to reveal nothing but a hollow shell of glass. "You're part of us," she wailed. "You can't leave yourself." "I'm not leaving," I said, and I realized it was true. "I'm just checking out the whole building." I felt the key in my heart vibrate one last time, a final, agonizing pulse of heat. I turned the pen on myself, drawing the same door across my own chest. The world didn't explode this time. It folded. It folded like a map, smaller and smaller, until the ballroom, the hotel, the architect, and the girl were all compressed into a single, infinitesimal point of light. Then there was nothing. I woke up on the side of the road. The sun was hot on my face, the smell of sagebrush and hot asphalt filling my lungs. My car was there, the engine idling smoothly. I looked at my hands. They were solid, they were tanned, they were real. I looked at the dashboard. 12:00 p.m. I looked to my right. There was no sign. There was no Victorian building. There was only a vast, empty stretch of desert, shimmering in the heat haze. I sat there for a long time, breathing in the dusty air, listening to the normal, chaotic sounds of the world. I reached into my pocket, my heart hammering against my ribs. My fingers found something. I pulled it out. It wasn't a key. It wasn't a mint. It was a small piece of velvet, a deep, blood-red scrap that felt like it was still warm. Attached to it was a small, handwritten note in a script I didn't recognize. "The ledger is closed, Mr. Thorne, but the hotel is never truly gone. It's just waiting for the next person who is tired of being real." I looked into the rearview mirror. For a split second, I didn't see the road behind me. I saw a long, white hallway of tile. I saw a little girl in a white dress, sitting on a suitcase, humming a nursery rhyme. She winked at me. I put the car in gear and drove. I didn't go back the way I came. I drove toward the mountains, toward the cities, toward the mess and the noise and the beautiful, decaying reality of the world. I never stayed in a hotel again. I slept in my car, or on the ground, or in the homes of friends I worked hard to reconnect with. I made sure people knew my name. I made sure I left a trail. But sometimes when I'm in a quiet room, I hear it, the faint, rhythmic clinking of 1,000 keys, the distant sound of a violin, and I feel a cold, hollow ache in my stomach, a space where something used to be. And every night before I go to sleep, I check my reflection. I look closely at my eyes, searching for the mirrors, searching for the gray. So far, I'm still me. But I know that somewhere, in the folds of the world, a door is standing slightly ajar, and the Grand Viridian is always looking for a way to balance its books. I just hope that when the next person sees the sign, they aren't quite as tired as I was. because the hotel is always overbooked and it always finds a way to make room. The desert air was too clean, too silent. I sat in the driver's seat of my car for what felt like hours, the heat of the sun slowly baking the interior until the steering wheel burned my palms. I should have been relieved. I should have been screaming with joy or weeping with the sheer heavy weight of survival. Instead, I felt like a drafty house, hollowed out, the structural beams of my soul replaced by something rigid and unfamiliar. I put the car in gear and began to drive, but the road felt different now. It wasn't just asphalt and gravel. It was a thin ribbon of consensus reality stretched over an abyss. Every time I passed a hitchhiker or a broken-down sedan on the shoulder, a cold shiver raced up my spine. I found myself looking at their faces, searching for the telltale stillness of the hostess or the frantic, trapped eyes of the girl in the white dress. I wondered how many of them were actually people, and how many were just the hotel's way of filling the gaps in the scenery. I stopped at a gas station 300 miles away. The fluorescent lights hummed with a frequency that made my teeth ache. I walked to the refrigerated section, my boots echoing on the linoleum with a sound that was far too sharp. I reached for a bottle of water, and as my hand approached the glass door, I froze. In the reflection of the glass, the aisles behind me weren't filled with chips and soda. They were lined with heavy mahogany doors. Each door had a brass number: 410, 411, 412. I blinked, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. When I opened my eyes, the doors were gone. There was only a display of beef jerky and a rack of cheap sunglasses. I grabbed the water, my hands shaking so violently that the plastic crinkled like a dying scream. I walked to the counter. The attendant was a young man with a bored expression and a heavy metal band's t-shirt. He didn't look like a resident. He looked like he wanted to be anywhere else but here. "That'll be $2.50, he said, not looking up from his phone. I handed him a $5 bill. As he reached for the change, I saw it, a small circular scar on the back of his hand. It was the exact size and shape of a hotel room keyhole. I didn't wait for the change. I turned and bolted for the car, the bell above the door ringing with a sound like a silver scissor snip. I drove until the desert turned into forest, and the forest turned into the suburban sprawl of my old life. I had a small apartment in a city that prided itself on being unremarkable. I had a job in a firm that dealt with logistics, the irony of which didn't escape me now. I used to spend my days moving things from point A to point B, ensuring that every container was accounted for, that no space was wasted. I was a professional at filling rooms. When I reached my apartment complex, I sat in the parking lot for a long time. The building was a modern, glass and steel monstrosity. It looked nothing like the Viridian. It was sterile, bright, and soulless in a way that felt safe. But as I walked toward the entrance, I noticed the way the shadow of the building fell across the pavement. It didn't look like a shadow. It looked like a silhouette of a Victorian monument, complete with gables and a widow's peak. I took the stairs. I couldn't handle the elevator. The idea of being in a small, rising box was more than my nerves could bear. I reached the third floor, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I pulled out my keys, my fingers fumbling. I stopped. My apartment was 302, but the number on the door was gone. In its place was a small brass plate that read 412. I stood there, the hallway suddenly feeling very long and very narrow. The carpet beneath my feet seemed to thicken, the beige industrial pile turning into a deep, plush crimson. I could smell it now, the scent of old cedar, ozone, and that sharp, stinging peppermint. "No," I whispered. I drew the door, I unmade you. I reached for the handle, intending to prove myself wrong, to show that it was just a trick of my traumatized mind. But as my hand touched the brass, the wood of the door didn't feel like cheap laminate. It felt like ancient, heavy oak. I didn't turn the knob. I backed away, my heart climbing into my throat. I turned to run back down the stairs, but the stairs were gone. In their place was a long, winding staircase made of wrought iron and white marble. I was back, or rather, I had never left. "Mr. Thorne," a voice said from behind me. It was the clerk. He looked exactly as he had the first time I saw him. The same charcoal suit, the same translucent skin, the same unsettlingly perfect posture. But there was something different about him now. He looked tired. His eyes, which had once been like polished stones, were now clouded with a film of gray. "You've been very busy," he said, gesturing to the hallway. "The architect is quite displeased. You've introduced a leak into the system." "I closed the ledger," I said, my voice sounding thin and hollow in the vastness of the corridor. "You closed a ledger," the clerk corrected, stepping closer. "But the Viridian is not a book, Elias. It is a library. You merely tore out a few pages. And in doing so, you've left some very important guests without their assigned spaces." He held out a hand. In it was a small silver tray. On the tray sat a single brass key. It wasn't the one I had left at the diner. This one was larger, more ornate, its head shaped like a weeping eye. "The vacuum you created, it's hungry," the clerk continued. "It started pulling things in from the outside that don't belong here, things that are messy, things that have names and histories and blood that still flows." He pointed to a door further down the hall. It was vibrating, a low, guttural hum emanating from behind the wood. I could hear a sound I recognized, the sound of a television, the frantic, overlapping voices of a news broadcast. "That's not supposed to be here," I whispered. "No," the clerk agreed. "It's a leak, and if it isn't plugged, the Viridian will lose its consistency. We will become as chaotic and temporary as the world you so desperately want to return to." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you are the one who broke the seal, and you are the only one who can fix it." He stepped even closer, and I could see the reflection of the hallway in his clouded eyes. "The architect is gone, Elias. He couldn't survive the paradox you created. He was a creature of perfect geometry, and you gave him a world with no corners." He leaned in, his breath smelling of dust and dried flowers. "The hotel needs a new foundation. It needs someone who knows what it's like to be both a guest and a ghost. It needs a master of the house." "I won't do it," I said, though the words felt like they were being spoken by someone else. "I'll let the whole thing dissolve into the void." "Will you?" The clerk smiled, a slow, terrifying peeling back of his lips. "And what about the ones you saved? What do you think happens to the souls that are caught in the leak? They don't go back to their lives, Elias. They are stuck in the scene. They are the static on the television. They are the itch you can't scratch. They are the reason you'll never be able to look into a mirror without seeing us." He gestured to the door of 412. "Go inside, Elias. See what you've done. See the outside you've brought into our home." I felt a compulsion, a pull more powerful than the vacuum of the ledger. I walked to the door and turned the knob. It opened with a heavy, mournful creak. The room wasn't a hotel room. It was my apartment. My sofa, my television, my half-eaten sandwich on the coffee table. But it was all wrong. The colors were too bright, the edges too sharp, and sitting on the sofa was a woman. She was wearing a floral dress, her hair pinned back in a sensible bun. She was crying, her sobs sounding like the tearing of wet paper. "Marge," I whispered. The waitress from the diner looked up. Her eyes were gone. In their place were two flickering television screens, playing a loop of a car crash on a desert highway. "You left the key," she said, her voice a distorted electronic hum. "You left it on the table, Elias. You didn't tip the housekeeper." "I'm sorry," I said, backing toward the door. "I didn't mean to bring you here." "You didn't bring me," she said, standing up. Her movements were jerky, like a film with missing frames. "You opened the door, and when the door is open, the wind blows everything in." She walked toward me, and as she moved, her skin began to peel away, revealing the gray, fibrous wood of the Viridian beneath. She wasn't a person anymore. She was becoming a fixture, a lamp, a chair, a part of the decor. "The hotel is full," she whispered, her voice fading into the sound of a violin, "but it can always make room for one more." I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, my chest heaving. The clerk was still there, watching me with his dead, gray eyes. "The leak is spreading, Elias," he said. "Soon there won't be an outside left. There will only be the Viridian and the static of the things it couldn't quite digest." He held out the silver tray again. The key with the weeping eye seemed to glow with a faint, pulsing light. "Take the key, become the master of the house. You can stabilize the rooms. You can give these poor, lost things a place to stay. You can turn the static back into a song." I looked at the key. I looked at the long, red hallway. I could feel the hotel breathing around me, a slow, rhythmic expansion and contraction of the walls. It was a living thing, a predatory geometry that had finally caught its prey. I realized then that there was no escape, not because the hotel was too strong, but because I was too weak. I had tasted the order of the Viridian, and the chaos of the world outside now felt like a sickness. I wanted the silence. I wanted the perfect, unchanging rooms. I wanted to be the one who held the keys. I reached out and took the key from the tray. The moment my fingers touched the metal, the hallway exploded into a kaleidoscope of colors. The red carpet turned into a river of blood, then into a field of poppies, then back into velvet. The walls shifted from wood to marble to glass to bone. I felt myself expanding. I wasn't just a man in a charcoal suit anymore. I was the floor. I was the ceiling. I was the hum of the pipes and the flicker of the candles. I was the occupancy counter, ticking away in the darkness. I looked at the clerk. He was fading, his form dissolving into a cloud of silver dust. "Finally," he whispered, "a full house." I turned toward the end of the hallway, where a large, ornate mirror hung on the wall. I walked toward it, my footsteps sounding like the ticking of 1,000 clocks. I looked into the mirror. I didn't see Elias Thorne. I didn't see the architect. I saw a building, a crumbling Victorian monument to a forgotten age, standing alone in a swirling fog. A light flickered on in a window on the 4th floor, room 412. A figure was standing at the window. It was too far away to see the face, but the figure was wearing a charcoal gray suit that seemed to shimmer in the moonlight. I raised my hand in a slow, stiff wave. Somewhere miles away, a man in a car slammed his vehicle into gear and floored the accelerator, his tires screaming as they found purchase on the damp asphalt. He didn't look in the rearview mirror. He didn't want to see if the road behind him was turning into a hallway. I watched him go, a small, sad smile playing across my lips. He thought he was escaping. He thought he was heading back to the real world. But I knew better. I could see the seam in the horizon. I could see the way the stars were held in place by silver pins. He wasn't driving away from the hotel. He was just driving to another room. I turned away from the window and picked up the ledger that was now sitting on the mahogany desk. I opened it to a fresh page, the ink wet and black and smelling of peppermint. I picked up the pen and began to write. Room 413, reserved. The music began to play, a slow, haunting waltz that echoed through the empty corridors. I sat back in my chair and waited. The hotel was full, but we could always make room. The transition from being a tenant of the world to being the landlord of the void was not a snap of the fingers. It was a slow, agonizing stretching of the senses. My mind became a switchboard. I could feel the weight of every dust mote settling on the banisters of the grand staircase. I could feel the frantic pulse of the woman, no, the fixture behind door 412. Marge was no longer a waitress who liked her coffee black. She was a structural necessity now, a load-bearing grief that kept that particular corner of the fourth floor from collapsing into the desert heat. I walked the halls, but I didn't use my legs. I moved because the space between me and my destination simply ceased to exist. The Viridian was a hungry animal, and I was its new nervous system. The first thing I had to do was address the leak. The clerk had been right. The real world was bleeding in, and it wasn't the beautiful, messy reality I had pined for. It was the refuse of existence. A discarded tire from a highway in Nevada appeared in the middle of the ballroom, smelling of burnt rubber and failure. A child's lost shoe, still caked in mundane mud, sat atop a silver platter in the dining hall. These objects were pollutants. They carried the scent of time, and in the Viridian, time was a stagnant pool, not a flowing river. I approached the tire. I didn't touch it with my hands. I touched it with my will. I focused on the geometry of the room, the way the lines of the floorboards converged at a point of perfect mathematical indifference. I pushed. I felt the tire resist, its realness a stubborn weight, but then it buckled. It didn't disappear, it translated. The rubber softened, the black soot turning into a fine, dark silk. The circular shape expanded, thinning out until it became a round, decorative rug. The smell of burning disappeared, replaced by the scent of old, pressed flowers. Balance. I felt a surge of cold, sterile pride. The architect had been a builder, but I was an editor. I would prune the chaos until only the elegance remained. I found myself back at the front desk. The ledger was open, its pages white and expectant. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer tanned. They were the color of parchment, the veins beneath the skin tracing patterns that looked suspiciously like floor plans. I picked up the pen, a heavy silver instrument tipped with a nib that looked like a bird's beak. A bell rang. The sound was sharp, a silver needle piercing the silence. It didn't come from the front desk. It came from the front doors, the massive oak portals that led out into the outside. Someone was knocking. I didn't move, but the lobby shifted around me, bringing me closer to the entrance. Through the frosted glass of the doors, I saw a silhouette. It was tall, hunched, and carried a heavy burden on its back. The knocking came again, a rhythmic, desperate thudding. I reached out and pulled the doors open. The wind that rushed in wasn't the hot, dry air of the desert. It was a freezing gale, carrying the scent of salt and rotting seaweed. The sky outside wasn't blue or black. It was a bruised purple, the color of a fresh trauma. Standing on the threshold was a man. He was drenched, his clothes clinging to a frame that was little more than wire and bone. On his back he carried a trunk bound in rusted chains. His eyes were wide, the pupils blown out until they were just hollow pits of terror. "Please," he rasped, his voice sounding like stones grinding together. "I can't carry it anymore. I've been walking for miles. Every road leads back here. Every sign points to the vacancy." I looked at him, and for a moment I saw myself. I saw the man who had pulled over on the side of the road because he was tired of being real. But I wasn't that man anymore. I was the master of the house. "The hotel is full," I said, my voice echoing with the weight of 1,000 occupied rooms. "The sign," he wheezed, pointing behind him. "The sign says. It says there's a room for me. It says I've been expected." I looked past him. In the swirling purple mist, the neon sign of the Grand Veridian flickered. It didn't say no vacancy. It said, "Welcome home, Mr. Sterling." The hotel had already decided. It had bypassed me, the master, and reached out into the folds of the world to pluck a fresh soul for its collection. I felt a flicker of resentment, a remnant of my human ego, but it was quickly swallowed by the cold logic of the building. The ledger needed to be balanced. For every Elia's thorn that ascended, a space was left behind, a vacuum that needed to be filled. "Entry is not free," I said, stepping aside to let him enter. The man stumbled across the threshold, the heavy trunk on his back scraping against the doorframe. As soon as his feet touched the red carpet, the freezing wind died down. The doors slammed shut with a finality that made the crystal chandelier overhead chime in a minor key. "The trunk," the man panted, collapsing to his knees. "I need to put it down. It's so heavy." "That is your luggage," I said, moving behind the desk. "In the Veridian, we do not put our luggage down. We wear it. It becomes the wallpaper. It becomes the drapes. It is the substance of your stay." I turned the ledger toward him. "Sign here, Mr. Sterling. Use the ink provided." He looked at the silver pen, then at his own trembling hands. He didn't ask what the ink was made of. He didn't ask how long the stay would be. He was too tired to care about the fine print. He grabbed the pen and scrawled his name in a jagged, desperate hand. As the ink dried, the chains on his trunk began to glow. They didn't break, they melted, the rusted metal turning into liquid gold that seeped into the carpet. The trunk itself began to dissolve, the wood turning into a swarm of moths that flew up toward the ceiling, disappearing into the shadows of the rafters. The man stood up, his back straightening. The exhaustion was still there, but the weight was gone. He looked around the lobby, his eyes glazed with the same gray film I had seen in the clerk's eyes. "Room 413, I said, handing him a brass key. The key didn't have a weeping eye. It was shaped like a broken wing. "The elevators are currently out of service. You will find the stairs to be quite accommodating. They will take you exactly where you need to go, provided you don't look back." He took the key, his fingers brushing mine. His skin was cold, colder than the desert night, colder than the grave. He nodded once, a mechanical movement, and began to walk toward the marble staircase. I watched him go. As he climbed, the staircase seemed to lengthen, the steps multiplying to meet his feet. By the time he reached the first landing, he was already fading, becoming a translucent shadow against the white stone. I looked down at the ledger. "Room 413, occupied, Mr. Sterling." I felt a hum of satisfaction vibrate through the floorboards. The leak in the fourth floor was plugged. The static in room 412 would settle now. Marge would stop crying, and her television eyes would fade into a soft, ambient glow. The Viridian was whole again. But as I sat there in the silence, I heard a sound that didn't belong. It wasn't a violin. It wasn't the clinking of keys. It was a heartbeat. It was faint, muffled by layers of wood and stone, but it was there. A rhythmic, organic thumping. Thump, 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 thump. I closed my eyes and searched the building. I ran my consciousness through the pipes, under the floorboards, and into the dark recesses of the basement where the shadows were thickest. I bypassed the residents, the ghosts who had long since forgotten the sound of their own blood. I bypassed the architect's old office, which was now filled with nothing but dust and geometry. I found it in the walls of the lobby itself. Behind the heavy velvet wallpaper, nestled between the lath and the plaster, was a heart. It wasn't a human heart. It was too large, too rhythmic, too deliberate. It was made of brass and clockwork, but it was wrapped in a membrane of blood-red velvet. My heart. The piece of velvet I had found in my pocket in the desert hadn't been a souvenir. It had been a seed. When I had returned to the hotel, when I had taken the key and accepted the mantle, the hotel had taken the last piece of my humanity and tucked it away in the foundation. It was the battery that powered the illusion. It was the anchor that kept the Viridian from drifting away into the absolute nothingness. I reached out with my mind and touched it. A jolt of agony shot through the building. The chandeliers shook, the windows rattled in their frames, and for a split second the red carpet turned back into a river of salt. I saw a flash of the desert, the hot sun, the smell of sagebrush, the feeling of a steering wheel under my palms. I saw the girl in the white dress, and this time she wasn't humming. She was screaming. Dahlias, don't let it finish. I pulled back, my mental grip snapping. The building steadied. The silence returned, heavier than before. I realized then the true nature of the master of the house. I wasn't the ruler of the Viridian. I was its prisoner king. I was the one who had to stay awake so that the others could sleep. I was the one who had to remember the world so that the hotel had something to mimic. I looked at my hands again. The parchment skin was beginning to crack, revealing a faint, golden light beneath. I wasn't turning into a ghost. I was turning into a lantern. I stood up from the desk. I had work to do. The rooms were full, but the world was still out there, teeming with people who were tired, people who were lost, people who were looking for a place where they didn't have to be real anymore. I walked to the front doors. I didn't open them. I just pressed my forehead against the cool wood. I could hear the world outside, the distant roar of traffic, the chirping of crickets, the chaotic, beautiful mess of life. It felt like a dream I was slowly forgetting. I'm still here, I whispered, the words vibrating through the door and out into the night. But the door didn't answer. It was just a door. I turned back to the lobby. The light in the chandelier flickered, and for a moment I saw the clerk standing by the stairs. He wasn't a ghost anymore. He was just a memory, a lingering scent of dust. He tipped an invisible hat to me and vanished. I walked toward the stairs. I had to check on room 412. I had to make sure the static was gone. I had to make sure Marge was comfortable in her new life as a floor lamp. As I climbed the marble steps, I began to hum. It wasn't a nursery rhyme. It was a tune I had heard a long time ago, in a world where the sun was hot and the roads went in straight lines. By the time I reached the 4th floor, I had forgotten the lyrics. I stopped in front of room 412. The brass plate was back. It didn't say 302 anymore. It said 412, and the numbers were etched with such precision that they seemed to glow. I opened the doors. The room was perfect. The bed was made with crisp white linens. The air was cool and smelled of peppermint. Marge was there, standing in the corner. She wasn't crying. She was glowing, a soft, warm light emanating from her head where a silk shade now rested. Her floral dress had become the base of the lamp, the patterns frozen in porcelain. As she looked beautiful, she looked permanent. "Good night, Marge," I said. The lamp flickered once, a silent acknowledgement. I walked to the window and pulled back the heavy curtains. Outside, the purple sky was gone. There was only the white hallway of the desert, stretching out forever. In the distance, I saw a pair of headlights. A car was approaching, its engine a faint, rhythmic thrumming in the silence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small, silver bell. I stepped back into the hallway and placed it on a small pedestal near the elevator. The car got closer. I could see the driver now, a young woman, her face pale in the dashboard light, her eyes red from weeping. She was tired. She was so very tired of the noise. I smiled, and the sound of my smile was like the turning of a lock. I walked back to the front desk, my footsteps silent on the crimson rug. I picked up the pen and waited. The bell at the front door hadn't rung yet, but I could already feel the weight of her luggage. It was heavy. It was full of memories of a life that hadn't quite fit. She would like the 5th floor, I decided. The rooms there had a lovely view of the static. I looked at the ledger, at the long list of names, at the history of a place that didn't exist in any geography book. I saw my own name, Elias Thorne, crossed out with a single, elegant line of gold ink. Below it, the ink was still wet from Mr. Sterling. And below that, a new line was waiting. The headlights of the car cut through the fog outside, illuminating the sign for a brief, flickering second. The Grand Veridans. Always room for one more. I dipped the pen into the well. The ink was dark, the color of a heart hidden in a wall. The car pulled into the gravel driveway. The engine died. The silence of the desert rushed in to fill the void, but the hotel was already reaching out, unfolding its rooms, smoothing its sheets, and preparing its ghosts. The door handle turned. I looked up, my eyes reflecting the infinite hallway behind me. "Welcome," I said, as the door opened to let in the dark. "We've been expecting you." The young woman stood in the foyer, her silhouette framed by the oppressive velvet darkness of the desert night. She was clutching a leather handbag as if it were a life preserver, her knuckles white, her breathing shallow and ragged. She didn't look at the grand staircase or the shimmering chandeliers. She looked at me, and for a heartbeat, I felt the phantom itch of a conscience I no longer possessed. I saw the way her reflection in the polished marble floor didn't quite match her posture. In the reflection, she was already sitting down, her head in her hands, defeated. "I saw the sign," she whispered. Her voice was thin, like a wire stretched to the breaking point. "I didn't think anything would be open this far out. I've been driving for, I don't actually know how long." "Time is a local custom here, miss." I paused, waiting for the ledger to feed me the data. It didn't. The pages remained blank, save for the golden line through my own name. This was a test of my new senses. I reached out, not with my eyes, but with the vibration of the floorboards beneath her feet. I felt the pulse of her grief, a sharp, jagged thing shaped like a funeral wreath. "Miss Aris, Sarah Aris." She flinched. "How did you?" "We pride ourselves on our intuition," I interrupted, my voice smooth as oiled silk. I glided behind the mahogany desk. The distance felt like a mile, yet I covered it in a single step. You've come a long way to find a place this quiet. The world can be so very loud, can't it? The constant humming of expectations, the grinding of gears, the relentless demand to be somewhere else. Sarah stepped further into the lobby. The heavy oak doors behind her didn't just close, they dissolved back into the architecture, the seams vanishing until there was only solid wall. She didn't notice. She was staring at the vase of lilies on the desk. They were white, tipped with a bruised indigo, and they didn't wilt because they were made of the same substance as the shadows. "I just need to sleep," she said, her voice trembling. "Just one night, without the phone ringing, without the sound of the rain." "It never rains in the Viridian," I assured her. "Unless, of course, you find the sound comforting, in which case we can arrange a localized storm for room 506. I reached under the desk and produced the heavy, silver-nibbed pen. I didn't hand it to her. I placed it on the ledger, and the pen stood upright on its own, vibrating with a low, hungry frequency. Sarah stared at it, her brow furrowed. The gray film was already beginning to lace over her irises, the first stage of the hotel's welcoming embrace. The real world was losing its grip on her, its colors bleaching out to make room for the Viridian's monochromatic elegance. "Sign here, Sarah," I said, "and leave the rest to us." As she reached for the pen, I felt a sharp, stabbing pain in my chest, right where the velvet-wrapped heart beat behind the wallpaper. The lobby groaned. A hairline fracture appeared in the ceiling, dust raining down like powdered bone. Sarah stopped, her fingers inches from the ink. "What was that?" she asked, the fog in her eyes clearing for a terrifying second of lucidity. "Settling," I lied, my teeth grinding together against the agony of the hotel's heartbeat. "A building of this age has many voices. It's merely adjusting to your presence." The truth was more volatile. The hotel was reacting to her luggage. Sarah wasn't just carrying grief, she was carrying a secret, something heavy and metallic that sat at the bottom of her handbag. It was a tether, a piece of the outside world that refused to be translated into furniture. I could feel it pulsing, a cold, mechanical rhythm that clashed with the hotel's organic thrum. She signed. The ink didn't smell of peppermint this time. It smelled of ozone and wet pavement. "Room 506, occupied, Sarah Eris." As the last loop of her dried, the elevator doors at the far end of the lobby hissed open. They weren't supposed to be working. I hadn't authorized the machinery, but the Viridian was impatient. It wanted her. It wanted the weight she carried. "The elevator will take you directly to the 5th floor," I said, my voice sounding hollow even to my own ears. "Do not be alarmed if the numbers don't follow a logical sequence. The hotel arranges itself according to the needs of the guest." Sarah took the brass key, this one shaped like a teardrop, and walked toward the elevator. Her footsteps sounded like drum beats in the unnatural silence. As she stepped into the gold-leafed car, she turned back to look at me. "You look familiar," she said, her voice echoing. "Did I see you in the news? A man who went missing near the border." "I've never been in the news, Sarah," I replied, the lie tasting like copper. "I've always been here. I am as much a part of the foundation as the stone and the mortar." The doors slid shut, cutting off her reply. I felt the elevator rise, but it didn't move upward. It moved inward, burrowing into the conceptual center of the building, where the 5th floor existed in a state of perpetual twilight. I collapsed into the high-backed leather chair behind the desk. My hands were shaking. The golden light beneath my skin was pulsing in time with that hidden, velvet heart. I was the master, but the master was also the filter. Every bit of trauma, every scrap of reality that the guests brought in had to pass through me before it could be converted into the hotel's aesthetic. I was the furnace where the dross of human existence was burned away to create the fuel for this impossible monument. I looked at the ledger. The names were beginning to glow. Marge, Mr. Sterling, Sarah Aris. They were no longer people. They were points of stability. Marge was the light. Sterling was the weight. Sarah was going to be the sound. I could feel it already. The fifth floor was beginning to resonate with a low, melodic hum, the sound of a woman humming a lullaby to a child that was no longer there. It was a beautiful, haunting sound, but it was anchored in a profound, soul-crushing loss. I stood up and began to walk. I didn't go to the stairs. I walked toward the wall behind the desk, the one that housed my heart. As I approached, the wallpaper peeled back like skin, revealing the lath and plaster. I pressed my hand against the cold surface. I could feel the thumping. Thump, 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 thump. It wasn't just my heart. It was the heart of everyone who had ever checked in and never checked out. It was a collective engine of sorrow. "Is this what you wanted?" I whispered into the wood, "to be the curator of a museum of broken things?" The hotel didn't answer with words. It answered with a vision. I saw the Viridian not as a building, but as a lighthouse. Beyond the desert, beyond the seams of the horizon, the world was a churning, chaotic ocean of noise and pain. People were drowning in it. They were screaming into the void, looking for a moment of stillness, a place where the rules of cause and effect didn't apply. The Viridian was the only shore. It was the only place where a person could stop being a person and become a part of something eternal, something that didn't rot or change. I was the lighthouse keeper. My job wasn't to save them. My job was to make sure they stayed on the shore once they arrived. I moved through the lobby toward the bar. The lounge of lost hours was empty, the crystal glasses gleaming in the dim light. I poured myself a drink from a decanter that appeared on the counter. The liquid was clear and cold, and when I drank it, it tasted of nothing. It was the absence of flavor, a perfect liquid void. I sat at a small table in the corner and watched the shadows dance on the walls. The shadows were more active than the guests. They mimicked the movements of people who had been dead for a century. A man tipping his hat, a woman adjusting her veil, a child chasing a hoop. They were the echoes of the real world, the leftovers of lives that had been consumed by the building. Suddenly the music changed. The slow waltz faltered, replaced by a sharp, discordant scratching. It was the sound of a needle being dragged across a record. Upstairs on the fifth floor, a door slammed. I stood up, my senses flaring. The balance was shifting. Sarah Aris hadn't succumbed to the gray film. The secret in her bag, the tether, was fighting back. I moved. I didn't use the elevator. I simply willed myself to the fifth floor. The transition was violent, a tearing of the fabric of my consciousness. One moment I was in the bar. The next, I was standing in a hallway lined with doors that looked like they were made of hammered silver. The air here was freezing. Frost was creeping across the ceiling, forming patterns that looked like weeping eyes. At the end of the hall, the door to 506 was standing wide open. I walked toward it, my parchment skin glowing with a fierce amber light. Inside the room, Sarah was standing in the center of the bed. She had emptied her handbag onto the white duvet. There were keys, a wallet, a lipstick, and a small black iron box bound in silver wire. The box was vibrating. It was emitting a high-pitched whine that set my teeth on edge. It was a piece of the outside that refused to be translated. It was a relic of a truth so heavy that even the Viridian couldn't digest it. "I can't stay," Sarah said, her voice cracking. She wasn't looking at me, she was looking at the box. "I thought I wanted to forget. I thought I wanted the silence. But if I stay here, the box will open. And if the box opens, the world ends." "The world has already ended for you, Sarah," I said, stepping into the room. The shadows in the corners reached out toward her, their long fingers twitching. "You signed the ledger. You accepted the key. You are part of the architecture now." "No," she screamed, grabbing the iron box. "I'm not a lamp. I'm not a rug. I'm the one who carries the weight." She lunged toward the window. In the Viridian, windows aren't exits, they are displays. They show you what you want to see, or what the hotel wants you to fear. But Sarah didn't look at the view. She used the iron box like a hammer and smashed the glass. The sound was like a gunshot. The window didn't shatter into shards. It tore like silk. Through the jagged hole, I didn't see the desert. I didn't see the highway. I saw the raw machinery of the hotel, a vast, churning abyss of gears, clockwork, and pulsing red veins. It was the stomach of the beast. Sarah looked into the abyss and smiled. It was a terrifying, ecstatic expression. "If I can't leave, I'll break the engine," she whispered. She raised the iron box, ready to hurl it into the gears. I felt the hotel scream. The floor tilted at a 45-degree angle. The walls began to bleed a thick, black ichor that smelled of old ink. The heart behind the lobby wall was thundering now, a frantic, panicked rhythm that threatened to shake the building apart. I didn't think, I acted. I reached out with my hand, no longer a hand, but a claw of light and shadow, and I didn't grab Sarah. I grabbed the concept of the box. I focused all my will, all the power I had inherited from the architect and the clerk. I took the realness of the iron box and I crushed it. I forced it to be something else. I translated its weight into a sound, its silver wire into a melody, its iron core into a memory. The box vanished. Sarah fell to her knees, her hands empty. She looked at me, her eyes wide with horror. "What did you do?" she gasped. "I saved the house," I said, my voice booming with the power of the foundation. "And I gave you what you asked for, silence." In the space where the box had been, there was now only a small music box made of clear glass. It began to play a soft, tinkling melody, the lullaby I had heard earlier. As the music played, Sarah's form began to soften. Her skin turned to glass, her hair to spun silk. She didn't scream. She didn't even move. She simply became the music box. I picked it up. It was cold and perfectly still. The music was coming from inside the glass, produced by gears that weren't there. The hole in the window closed itself, the glass knitting together until there wasn't even a scar. The room returned to its perfect, sterile state. The black ichor on the walls vanished, replaced by elegant, striped wallpaper. I stood in the center of room 506, holding the Sarah box. The hotel was quiet again. The heartbeat had slowed to its steady, rhythmic thrum. The balance was restored. But as I looked at the music box, I saw a single, tiny crack in the glass. It was a small thing, almost invisible, but it was there, a flaw in the translation, a piece of the real that I hadn't been able to completely crush. I realized then that the architect hadn't left because he was tired. He had left because he was failing. The hotel was hungry, yes, but it was also fragile. It was a bubble of impossible logic floating in a sea of chaos, and every guest we took in brought a little more of that chaos with them. We weren't just collecting souls, we were absorbing the very things that would eventually destroy us. I walked back to the elevator. The doors opened before I reached them. As I descended to the lobby, I didn't feel like a master. I felt like a man holding a ticking bomb. I returned to the desk and placed the music box on a small shelf behind me. It looked beautiful next to a collection of silver thimbles and porcelain dolls. It fit perfectly. I sat down and opened the ledger. Room 506, permanent. I picked up the pen, but my hands stopped. Outside in the distance, I heard it. The sound of another car. Another traveler lost in the dark, looking for a place to rest. Another soul carrying a suitcase full of fire. I looked at the front doors. I could feel the hotel beginning to stretch, preparing a new room, a new configuration of grief. It wanted the newcomer. It needed the fuel. I felt the velvet heart beat against the wall. Thump, 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 thump. I reached out and touched the ledger. The paper felt like skin, my skin. "We can always make room," I whispered. The words were no longer a promise. They were a threat. I stood up, adjusted my charcoal gray suit, and straightened the lilies on the desk. I composed my face into the mask of the perfect host, the smile that was a welcoming grave. The bell rang. The sound was sharp, silver, and final. I stepped out from behind the desk, my feet making no sound on the crimson rug. I walked toward the doors, the master of a kingdom built on shadows and held together by the weight of things that should have been forgotten. "Welcome to the Grand Viridian," I said to the empty air, practicing the tone. "I hope you're prepared for a long stay." The doors began to open. And for a split second, before the real world was swallowed by the lobby's amber light, I saw the stars. They weren't held in place by silver pins. They were falling. The hotel was full, but the world was ending, and soon we would be the only thing left. I smiled. The ink in the ledger began to bleed. The headlights of the approaching vehicle cut through the desert gloom like two searching fingers, probing the edges of the Viridian's impossible reality. I stood by the grand mahogany desk, my hands clasped behind my back, feeling the vibration of the tires through the marrow of my bones. The guest was coming. The hotel was already salivating, its corridors lengthening, its floorboards expanding with a dry, wooden anticipation. I glanced back at the shelf behind me. The Sarah box sat silent now, its glass surface reflecting the flickering candlelight of the lobby. That tiny crack I had noticed earlier, the flaw in the translation, seemed to have widened, if only by the breadth of a hair. It was a hairline fracture in the foundation of my own control. I looked away, focusing instead on the heavy oak doors. They swung open with a groan that sounded suspiciously like a welcome. A man stepped inside. He was tall, gaunt, and draped in a trench coat that looked as though it had been soaked in oil and then dried in a sandstorm. He didn't look at the chandeliers or the marble. He didn't flinch at the unnatural silence. He simply stood there, his boots caked with a mud that shouldn't exist in this arid wasteland, and stared directly at me. His eyes were not filmed over with the gray haze of the lost. They were bright, piercing, and terrifyingly clear. "You're late," he said. His voice wasn't thin like Sarah's or booming like Sterling S. It was a heavy, tectonic sound, the noise of stones grinding together at the bottom of a well. "The Viridian does not keep a schedule, sir," I replied, my voice maintaining its polished, professional sheen. "We simply exist when we are needed. May I inquire as to your name?" The man walked toward the desk. Each step he took left a dark, damp footprint on the crimson rug, stains that the hotel's fibers desperately tried to absorb and failed. The rug curled away from his boots as if burned. Names are for people who intend to leave, he said, reaching the desk. He didn't look at the ledger. He looked at my hands. You've grown into the skin quickly, Elias. The architect always said you had a talent for theater. The mention of my name, my old name, sent a jolt of electricity through the lobby. A chandelier overhead shivered, its crystal droplets chiming a discordant note. I felt the velvet heart behind the wall skip a beat. I am the manager, I said, my voice dropping an octave. The golden light beneath my skin flared, casting long, distorted shadows against the fluted columns. The name you speak belongs to a man who died in the dust beyond the gates. Who are you to come here and speak of the architect? The man smiled, but there was no warmth in it. It was the smile of a man watching a play he had already seen 1,000 times. He reached into his coat and pulled out a pocket watch. It wasn't made of gold or silver. It was made of bone, and the hands weren't moving. They were twitching, vibrating in place. I'm the one who sold him the land, the man said, and I've come to see how the harvest is progressing. He leaned over the desk, and I smelled something that the Viridian had no business knowing, the smell of a fresh grave in spring. It was the smell of damp earth and rot, the raw, unrefined reality that the hotel spent every waking moment trying to transmute into velvet and lace. The harvest is ample, I managed to say, though my throat felt as though it were closing. I reached for the silver-nibbed pen, hoping to force the ritual of check-in, to bind him to the ledger and strip him of this suffocating agency. If you would just sign here, we can find a room that suits your unique requirements. The man didn't take the pen. He reached out and caught my wrist. His grip was cold, not the sterile cold of the 5th floor, but the biting, aggressive cold of a winter storm. Where his skin touched mine, the golden light flickered and died. The parchment of my skin turned gray and brittle. Don't try your parlor tricks on me, boy, he hissed. I was the one who taught the architect how to fold the space. I was the one who showed him how to use a human heart as a regulator. You think you're the master, you're the grease in the gears, you're the insulation. He let go of my wrist and I stumbled back, my heart, the hotel's heart, thundering against the wallpaper. I looked down at my arm. The imprint of his fingers remained, 5 dark bruises that refused to heal. What do you want? I asked, the mask of the host finally slipping. The Sarah box, he said, nodding toward the shelf. She brought something in that doesn't belong to this place. A piece of the deep clock. The architect thought he could hide it in a guest, bury it under layers of trauma and aesthetic, but the clock doesn't stop ticking just because you put a rug over it. I looked back at the music box. The crack was definitely larger. A faint, mechanical ticking was beginning to leak out, a sound that clashed violently with the hotel's organic thrum. She is a guest, I said, trying to reclaim my authority. She is permanent. Her essence belongs to the Viridian. The Viridian is a parasite, the man spat. It's a beautiful, gilded tick gorging itself on the misery of the road, but it's choked on this one. If you don't give me that box, the real world is going to come flooding through that crack, and your precious museum will be nothing but a pile of sticks in the sand. The lobby groaned in protest. The walls began to vibrate, and the scent of peppermint and ozone was replaced by the acrid stench of burning hair. Upstairs, I could hear the guests reacting. Mr. Sterling was pacing in his room, his heavy footsteps shaking the floorboards of the 4th floor. Marge was screaming, not a human scream, but a high-pitched, electric wail that shattered the glasses in the bar. The hotel was terrified. I cannot give you what has been integrated, I said, though my voice trembled. I am the filter. I am the guardian. If I surrender a piece of the collection, the entire structure loses its integrity. Then the structure will fall, the man said simply. He reached across the desk, his hand moving with a slow, inevitable grace toward the Sarah box. I didn't think about the rules. I didn't think about the hospitality. I reached for the power I had felt when I crushed the iron box in room 506. I summoned the weight of every room, every guest, every secret hidden in the walls. I felt the golden light surge from the floorboards, through my legs, and into my palms. Leave, I commanded. The word wasn't spoken, it was detonated. The lobby exploded in a flash of white light. The mahogany desk splintered, the heavy wood flying outward like shrapnel. The man was thrown back toward the doors, his trench coat fluttering like the wings of a dying bird. But he didn't fall. He caught himself on the doorframe, his bone watch vibrating so hard it began to glow with a sickly green light. You're a fool, Elias, he shouted over the roar of the wind that had suddenly materialized in the lobby. You think you're protecting a sanctuary, you're protecting a tomb, and the dead are getting restless. He slammed the doors shut from the outside. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. It was a heavy, pressurized silence that made my ears bleed. I stood amidst the wreckage of the desk, my chest heaving. The golden light was dim now, pulsing feebly. I turned to the shelf. The Sarah box was gone. In its place was a pile of fine, crystalline dust and a small, black gear made of iron. The gear was turning, all by itself, biting into the wood of the shelf. I reached out to touch it, and the moment my finger brushed the metal, the vision hit me. I wasn't in the lobby anymore. I was standing in the desert, but the desert was wrong. The sand was made of ground-up bone, and the sky was a bruised purple, filled with the silhouettes of thousands of hotels, thousands of viridians, all lined up like headstones. Each one was a cage, each one was a filter. And in the center of them all was a giant, rusted machine, the deep clock, its gears turning with the weight of every lie, every sorrow, every moment of human pain that had ever been translated. The architect wasn't a creator. He was a cosmic janitor. He was trying to sweep the mess of existence under the rug of the Viridian, but the rug was full. I saw the man in the trench coat standing at the base of the clock. He looked up at me, and his eyes were the gears themselves. "The time is up, manager," he said. The vision snapped. I was back in the lobby. The desk was whole again. The hotel had repaired itself in the blink of an eye, but the air felt different, thinner. The real world was pressing in. I could hear the sound of the rain now, not as a localized storm for a guest, but as a relentless, drumming reality against the roof. I looked at the ledger. The names were fading. Large, Mr. Sterling, Zera Aris. The ink was turning back into water. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest. I looked down and saw a dark stain spreading across my gray vest. Not blood, ink. The hotel was leaking. I ran toward the stairs. I needed to see the guests. I needed to see if they were still there, or if they were dissolving back into the chaos of their own lives. I reached the second floor. Marge's door was ajar. I pushed it open. The room was empty. The television was off. The smell of ozone was gone. On the bed lay a single, tattered postcard from a seaside town I didn't recognize. The light she had become had burnt out, leaving nothing but the smell of a dead vacuum tube. I ran to the fourth floor. Mr. Sterling's room was silent. I didn't even have to open the door to know he was gone. The weight that had anchored the building was gone. The floor felt spongy, uncertain, like I was walking on clouds. Finally, I reached the fifth floor. The hallway of silver doors was tarnished. The frost on the ceiling had turned to dirty slush, dripping onto the carpet. I walked to room 506. The room was no longer a room. It was a hole. A jagged, raw opening in the side of the building, looking out into the night. But it wasn't the desert outside. It was a highway, a real asphalt highway, slick with rain and lit by the sickly yellow glow of streetlights. And there, standing on the shoulder of the road, was Sarah. She was wearing her old clothes, her handbag clutched to her chest. She looked exhausted, broken, and utterly human. She wasn't made of glass. She wasn't a music box. She was just a woman who had been driving for too long. She turned and looked up at the hole in the wall. She couldn't see me, I realized. To her, the Viridian was just a shadow, a trick of the light and the exhaustion. "I need to keep moving," she whispered. Her voice carried on the wind, reaching me even through the barrier of the hotel's failing logic. She turned and walked toward a car parked a few yards away, a battered sedan I hadn't seen before. She got in, started the engine, and drove away. Her tail lights disappeared into the rain, two red sparks of reality fading into the dark. I stood at the edge of the hole, the wind whipping my hair. I felt the Viridian shudder beneath me. Without the guests to provide the fuel, without the trauma to provide the structure, the building was beginning to fold back into itself. The walls were becoming lath and plaster again. The marble was turning back into limestone. The golden light in my veins was cooling, turning into the sluggish, red blood of a mortal man. I looked down at my hands. The gray bruises from the man's grip were gone, but so was the parchment texture. My skin was soft, vulnerable. I heard a sound behind me. I turned. The man in the trench coat was standing at the end of the hallway. He wasn't a shadow anymore. He was just a man, his coat dripping water onto the floor. "It's over, Elias," he said. The bubble popped. "Why?" I asked, my voice cracking. It was perfect. It was a place where things didn't have to hurt anymore. "Things always hurt," the man said, walking toward me. "That's how you know they're real." The architect thought he was doing the world a favor by building a filter, but all he did was create a constipation of the soul. The pain has to go somewhere. It has to be felt, or it just rots the foundation. He stopped a few feet away. He held out his hand. In his palm was the small iron gear. "The clock needs its parts back," he said. I looked at the gear, then at the hole in the wall. The hotel was groaning louder now, the sound of a great beast dying. The chandeliers were falling, one by one, shattering in the lobby below. "What happens to me?" I asked. "You were the manager," the man said. "The manager stays with the building." He tossed the gear into the abyss beyond the hole. As it fell, it grew, expanding until it was a massive, grinding wheel of iron that seemed to catch the very fabric of the night. The Viridian gave one final, violent lurch. The walls vanished, the floor dissolved. I felt myself falling, but I wasn't falling into the desert. I was falling into the memory of the hotel. I saw the clerk, his face a blank slate of duty. I saw the architect, his hands trembling as he drew the first lines of the lobby. I saw every guest who had ever checked in, their faces a blur of sorrow and relief. And then I saw the sign. The neon V was flickering, the gas inside hissing its final breath. I hit the ground. It wasn't marble, it was sand, cold, wet sand. I sat up, gasping for air. The rain was pouring down, soaking through my charcoal suit. I looked around. The Viridian was gone. There was nothing but an empty lot, littered with rusted cans and broken glass. In the center of the lot stood a single, weathered post, topped with a shattered neon sign that might have once said vacancy. I was alone. My hands were shaking. I reached into my pocket and felt something cold and hard. I pulled it out. It was the silver-nibbed pen. I looked at it for a long time. The nib was dry. The ink was gone. I stood up, my joints aching with 1,000 years of borrowed time. I looked toward the highway. The world was loud. The wind was howling. The rain was lashing. And in the distance, I could hear the constant, relentless humming of the world's expectations. It was terrifying. It was beautiful. I started walking toward the road. I didn't have a car. I didn't have a suitcase. I didn't even have a name that felt like mine. But as I reached the edge of the asphalt, I saw something glinting in the mud. I knelt down and picked it up. It was a brass key, shaped like a teardrop. I gripped it tight, the metal biting into my palm, a reminder, a tether. I looked back at the empty lot one last time. The shadows were still there, dancing in the rain, the echoes of a hotel that was full of rooms but had no space for the truth. I turned away and began to walk. The road was long and the night was deep, but for the first time in a century, I wasn't waiting for a guest. I was the guest, and the world was finally open. The transition from the timeless vacuum of the Viridian to the brutal, rhythmic pulse of the physical world felt like being born into a storm of glass. Every sensory input was an assault. The smell of wet asphalt, the ozone of a passing lightning strike, the grit of the wind against my face, these were not translations. They were the raw, unrefined materials of existence, and my body, so long accustomed to the curated air of the lobby, felt as though it were being flayed by the sheer honesty of the atmosphere. I walked for miles. The charcoal suit, once a symbol of my absolute authority, was now a heavy, sodden weight that chafed against my skin. My shoes, designed for the silent glide across crimson rugs, were ill-suited for the jagged shoulder of the highway. Each step was a lesson in gravity and friction. I felt the weight of my own bones, the strange, liquid heat of my blood, and the terrifyingly fast thud of my own heart. It was a lonely rhythm, no longer harmonized with the velvet pulse of the hotel. As the dawn began to bleed a sickly, bruised gray over the horizon, I saw a shape looming through the mist. It wasn't the Viridian. It was a gas station, a squat, utilitarian box of cinder blocks and peeling white paint, illuminated by the buzzing hum of a flickering fluorescent tube. It looked fragile compared to the architect's dream, but it possessed a terrifying solidity. It didn't need a manager to exist. It simply stood there, enduring the weather. I approached the glass door. My reflection startled me. I expected to see the manager, the polished, ageless figure with eyes like golden embers. Instead, I saw a man in his late 30s, his hair plastered to a forehead lined with genuine exhaustion. My eyes were a dull, human brown, bloodshot and wide, with a quiet, simmering panic. I looked like a ghost that had forgotten how to haunt. The bell above the door chimed. a tinny, pathetic sound that lacked the resonant gravity of the Viridian's welcome. Behind the counter sat a young man with a shaved head and a tattoo of a weeping willow on his neck. He didn't look up from his phone. He didn't feel the shift in the air that usually accompanied my presence. To him, I was just another drifter spat out by the highway. "Coffee S in the back," he muttered, his voice devoid of the theatrical weight I had grown to expect from speech. $1.50. Refills are 50 cents. I stood there, my hand still gripping the brass teardrop key in my pocket. "Where am I?" I asked. My voice sounded thin, reedy, stripped of its resonance. The boy finally looked up, squinting at my ruined suit. "State line, about 40 miles outside of Oakhaven. You break down." I suppose you could say the engine failed," I replied, the old habits of speech flickering briefly like a dying lamp. I walked to the back of the store. The smell of burnt coffee beans was overwhelming, a dark, bitter scent that made my stomach churn with a hunger I hadn't felt in decades. I realized then that I was empty. The Viridian had fed on the guests, and I had fed on the Viridian. Now I was a closed system, and the fuel was running low. I reached into my pocket, searching for currency. I found the silver-nibbed pen, the brass key, and a single, crumpled slip of paper. I pulled it out. It was a receipt from the ledger, but the ink hadn't faded like the names on the stairs. It was a note written in the architect's precise architectural hand. "The foundation was always you, Elias, not the stone, not the velvet, the man who could hold the contradictions without breaking. If you are reading this, the clock has reset. Find the others. The rooms aren't gone, they've just been scattered." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. Find the others. The Viridian hadn't been a single entity. It was a cell in a larger organism, a node in a network of sanctuaries and prisons that span the globe. The man in the trench coat, the one who spoke of the deep clock, he wasn't just a landlord. He was a scavenger, following the trail of collapsing realities. "Hey," the boy behind the counter called out. "You gonna buy something or just stand there vibrating?" I turned, my fingers tightening around the brass key. "I need a phone," I said, "and a map." "Map S over by the magazines, phone S on the wall by the restrooms. It's a payphone though, you got change." I didn't have change, I had the artifacts of a dead god. I walked back to the counter and placed the silver-nibbed pen on the formica surface. The light from the fluorescent tubes caught the nib, and for a second, a spark of that old, golden light flickered in the metal. The boy stared at it. He reached out, his fingers trembling slightly as he touched the cool silver. "This looks expensive." "It's a fair trade for a phone call and a ride to the nearest city," I said, my voice regaining a sliver of its former steel. The boy looked at the pen, then at me. His pupils dilated. The real world was thick, yes, but it was also porous. The influence of the Viridian hadn't vanished entirely. It had merely been diluted. I could still see the fractures in his resolve, the way his own small sorrows, the girl who didn't call, the father who drank, the boredom of the night shift, made him vulnerable to the aesthetics of the extraordinary. "Eyes, yeah, okay," he whispered. He picked up the pen and tucked it into his pocket as if it were a holy relic. "My shift ends in 10 minutes. I can take you as far as the bus depot." As I waited by the window, watching the rain wash the dust from the world, I looked at the brass key. It wasn't just a souvenir. As the sun began to rise, casting long orange fingers across the desert, I noticed a faint inscription on the barrel of the key. It wasn't in English. It was in the geometric script of the architect. "Room 101, the base light." The Viridian hadn't collapsed, it had been compressed. The man in the trench coat had forced the bubble to pop, but he hadn't accounted for the manager's ability to carry the essence of the house within himself. The guests were gone, returned to their lives, but the idea of the hotel, the function it served in the grand machinery of the deep clock, was still active. The boy, whose name tag read Kevin, led me out to a rusted pickup truck that smelled of tobacco and old fast food wrappers. We drove in silence, the heater blasting a dry, dusty warmth that made my eyes ache. I watched the landscape shift from the arid wasteland of the hotel's territory into the sprawling, chaotic fringes of a modern city. Billboards, power lines, rows of identical suburban houses. It was a landscape of frantic, shallow movement. No one was translating their pain here. They were just carrying it, dragging it behind them like invisible luggage. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of nostalgia for the lobby, for the way a single look could silence a soul's turmoil. Here, the noise was constant. "You okay, man?" Kevin asked, glancing at me. "You look like you're seeing ghosts." "I'm seeing the architecture," I said softly, "the way everything is built to keep people from looking at the sky." Kevin snorted. "Welcome to the real world. It's mostly just drywall and debt." He dropped me off at a Greyhound station that smelled of floor wax and desperation. I thanked him, and as he drove away, I felt the final thread of my connection to that specific patch of desert snap. I was a free agent now, a manager without a building, a priest without a temple. I walked into the station and looked at the clock. It was a standard electric wall clock, its second hand ticking with a smooth, mechanical indifference. But as I watched it, the ticking began to change. It slowed. It developed a grinding, tectonic weight. Click, grind, click. The deep clock, it wasn't a physical object in a vision. It was the heartbeat of the world itself, and it was out of sync. I sat on a hard plastic bench and closed my eyes. I tried to summon the hotel. I didn't try to build the walls or the chandeliers. I tried to find the feeling of a full room. I reached out with my mind, looking for the resonance of the guests I had lost. I found Sarah first. She was hundreds of miles away, sitting in a kitchen that smelled of burnt toast and damp laundry. She was crying, but it wasn't the beautiful, crystalline sorrow of the music box. It was a messy, snotty human grief. She was looking at a photograph of a man, the one from the iron box, the one whose memory I had tried to refine. She was hurting, but she was remembering. The filter was gone, and the raw data was flooding back into her. Then I felt Mr. Sterling. He was in a boardroom, his voice booming as he tore into a subordinate. But there was a hollowness in his chest now, a space where the Viridian's heavy, comforting silence used to live. He was searching for that weight, trying to find it in power and money, and failing. They were all out there, leaking their unrefined essences back into the world, and the world wasn't ready for it. The real was being contaminated by the translated. I opened my eyes. A woman was sitting across from me, clutching a threadbare coat around her shoulders. She was staring at me, not at my face, but at my hands. "You have the key," she whispered. She was old, her skin mapped with 1,000 wrinkles, her eyes a startling, piercing blue that reminded me of the man in the trench coat. But she didn't have his aggression. She had a weary, ancient kindness. "I have a key," I corrected. "There is no such thing as a key in this business, Elias," she said. She reached into her own pocket and pulled out a matching brass teardrop. I was the manager of the Gilded Lily, in the mountains. My bubble popped 3 days ago. I felt a jolt of recognition. The architect. The architect is dead or worse, she said, leaning forward. The man who sold him the land, the landlord, he's calling in the debts. He's closing the sanctuaries. He wants the deep clock to run red again. He wants the raw friction of human suffering to power the next cycle. Why? Because the silence of the hotels was a heist, she said. We were stealing the energy the universe uses to grind its gears. We thought we were being merciful. We were just hoarding the fuel. She stood up, her movements stiff and painful. The Viridian was the last to fall. You were the strongest of us, or perhaps just the most delusional. But now that you're out, the hunt begins. What hunt? The landlord doesn't just want the buildings. He wants the managers. We are the only ones who know how to fold the space. We are the only ones who can build something new. She looked toward the station doors. A man in a gray suit, not a manager's suit, but a sharp corporate uniform, was walking toward us. His eyes were blank, his movements perfectly synchronized with the ticking of the wall clock. Run, Elias, the woman said. Find the girl with the music box. She's the anchor. If he gets her, he gets the frequency. She turned to face the man in the gray suit, her small frame suddenly expanding with a ghostly, flickering light. For a moment, I saw her as she must have been in her own lobby, a queen of a private heaven, a guardian of secrets. I didn't wait to see what happened. I grabbed my coat and bolted for the back exit. I burst out into an alleyway, the rain still falling, the city lights reflecting in the puddles like shattered stars. I ran until my lungs burned, until the human blood in my veins felt like liquid fire. I wasn't running from the man in the suit. I was running toward the only truth I had left. The Viridian was gone, but the guests were still mine. I had bound them to the ledger with a silver nib and a golden lie. I was responsible for their peace, even if that peace was a fiction. I stopped in front of a darkened storefront. In the window, a display of antique clocks sat silent, their pendulums stilled. I looked at my reflection again. The panic was gone, replaced by a cold, familiar clarity. I wasn't the manager of a hotel anymore. I was the manager of the road. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the brass key. I didn't look for a door. I looked at the air itself, at the way the light from a nearby street lamp bent around the corner of the building. I looked for the flaw in the translation. I found it, a hairline fracture in the reality of the alleyway, a place where the shadows didn't quite match the brickwork. I stepped forward and pressed the teardrop key into the empty air. There was no sound of a lock turning. There was only a sigh, the sound of a long-held breath finally being released. The bricks rippled. The scent of rain and exhaust was replaced by the faint, ghostly aroma of peppermint and old paper. A door didn't open, but a space folded. I stepped through. I wasn't in the Viridian. I was in a room that was barely a room, a narrow, flickering hallway that seemed to exist in the margins of the city. The walls were made of the same gray lath and plaster I had seen as the hotel died, but they were held together by sheer will. At the end of the hallway sat a desk. It wasn't mahogany. It was a reclaimed packing crate, and on it sat a ledger, its pages yellowed and curling. I walked to the desk. I picked up a pencil, a humble wooden thing, no silver nibs here, and opened the book to a fresh page. I didn't write a name, I wrote a vow. The hotel is closed. The hospice of the road is open. I sat down, I waited. Outside, the city continued its frantic, noisy dance. But here, in the fold, the silence began to grow. It wasn't the suffocating silence of a tomb. but the expectant silence of a waiting room. An hour later, there was a knock, not on a door, but on the very fabric of the space. I stood up, I straightened my ruined jacket, I smoothed my hair. The golden light didn't flare beneath my skin, but my hands were steady. "Come in," I said. The air shimmered and a man stepped through. He was young, his face bruised, his eyes filled with the frantic, jagged energy of someone who had seen too much and understood too little. He looked at the flickering hallway, at the packing crate desk, and then at me. I saw a light," he stammered. I don't know what I thought. I just need to sit down. I just need it to stop for a minute." "Welcome," I said, and for the first time, the word felt like a gift rather than a trap. "I am the manager. You are tired, and the world is very loud. Please tell me your name." He sat on a folding chair that hadn't been there a second ago. He put his head in his hands. "My name is David, and I think I've lost everything." "Loss is just the beginning of the inventory, David," I said, picking up the pencil. "Let's see what we can find in the wreckage." As he began to speak, I felt the deep clock grinding in the distance, its gears hungry for his pain. But here, in this fragile, folded space, the rhythm slowed, the friction eased. I wasn't a janitor anymore. I wasn't hiding the mess. I was sitting in it with him, and in the shared space of that recognition, a new kind of architecture began to rise. The Viridian was dead. Long live the Viridian. David's story was a jagged thing, full of the sharp edges of the mundane. It was a story of a mortgage he couldn't breathe under, a marriage that had evaporated into a series of silent meals, and a mistake at a warehouse that had cost a man his fingers. In the Viridian, I would have taken these elements and polished them. I would have turned the mortgage into a grand tragedy of ambition, the marriage into a poetic study of distance, and the accident into a heavy, gilded weight of penance. I would have made his suffering beautiful so that he could endure it. But here, in this liminal hallway of lath and plaster, I found I couldn't do that. The tools were gone. I had no velvet to muffle the sound of his sobbing, no vintage wine to dull the sting of his words. There was only the pencil and the packing crate. "It just keeps looping," David whispered, his fingers twitching against his knees. The sound of the machine, the way the light hit the blood on the concrete. I close my eyes and I'm back there. I open them and I'm in my car, but I can't remember how I started the engine. The world feels like it's made of cardboard, manager. Like if I push too hard, I'll just fall through into nothing. "That is because the world you knew is becoming cardboard," I said. I leaned forward, the wooden chair creaking beneath me. "The structures that held your reality together, the illusions of safety, the steady beat of the clock, they are failing. You aren't falling into nothing, David. You are falling into the gears." I watched him. In the old days, I would have seen the golden threads of his essence. Now, I saw the sweat on his upper lip and the way his collar was frayed. He was terribly, beautifully real. "How do I make it stop?" he asked. "You don't," I said. The honesty of the statement felt like a cold draft. "You learn to listen to the rhythm. You learn to move between the ticks of the clock." I reached out and placed the brass key on the crate between us. It didn't glow, but the shadows in the room seemed to deepen around it, anchoring us to this specific, impossible point in space. "I cannot give you a room, David. I cannot offer you a permanent sanctuary, but I can offer you a transition. Stay here until the sun is fully up. Drink the silence. It is unrefined and it will taste like ash at first, but it is yours." He looked at the key, then at me. "Who are you, really?" "The man who used to own the horizon," I said. and a man who is currently learning the value of a pencil. He stayed for 3 hours. We sat in a silence that was heavy and raw. It wasn't the curated peace of the Viridian. It was the silence of a desert at midnight or a house after a funeral. It was uncomfortable. It pinched. But as the minutes ticked by, I saw David's shoulders drop. The frantic vibration in his hands stilled. He wasn't being healed. He was being tempered. When the light outside the fold shifted from the gray of dawn to the harsh, unforgiving yellow of a city morning, David stood up. He looked different, not happy. The Viridian dealt in happiness, but the road dealt in clarity. He looked like a man who knew he was carrying a heavy load and had finally stopped trying to pretend it was light. "I have to go back," he said. "Yes," I replied. "Will I find this place again?" "The door moves," I said, standing with him, "but the key remains the same. Look for the places where the light doesn't behave. Look for the silence that doesn't belong. I will be there, or someone like me." He nodded, reached out as if to shake my hand, then hesitated. He simply bowed his head once and stepped back through the ripple. The hallway shivered, the peppermint scent faded, replaced by the smell of a nearby dumpster and the distant screech of a bus's brakes. I was alone again in the fold. I looked at the ledger. David's name was the only entry. It looked lonely on the vast, yellowed page. I realized then that the woman from the bus station, the manager of the Gilded Lily, was right. The landlord was hunting, and I was sitting in a lighthouse made of matches. I closed the ledger and tucked it under my arm. I picked up the brass key. The space began to dissolve around me. It was a temporary construct, a tent pitched in the backyard of reality. It couldn't hold for long. I stepped out into the alleyway. The man in the gray suit was gone, but the air felt charged, as if a thunderstorm were perpetually seconds away from breaking. I walked toward the street, my mind racing. Find the girl with the music box. Sarah, she was the anchor. If the Viridian had been a symphony, she was the recurring theme, the melody that kept the chaos at bay. The architect had chosen her for a reason. She didn't just feel sorrow. She broadcasted it at a frequency that could stabilize the shifting planes of the deep clock. I needed money. I needed a map that showed more than just roads. I walked 3 blocks until I found a pawn shop. It was a cramped, dusty hole in the wall run by a man who looked like he had been cured in salt and tobacco smoke. I walked to the counter and placed my watch upon it, the heavy, gold-cased chronometer that had once dictated the shifts of 100 maids. The pawnbroker didn't even pick it up. He squinted at it, then at me. "This is real," he said, his voice a gravelly whisper. "It is more than real," I said. "It tells a time that hasn't happened yet." "I don't pay for the future," he grunted. "I pay for the gold, 300. "5," I said, "and that map on the wall, the one of the tri-state area." "The map's got coffee stains on it." "The stains are part of the topography." He grumbled but counted out the bills. I took the money and the map, feeling a strange, illicit thrill. In the hotel, wealth was an abstract concept, a series of numbers in a ledger that never needed to be reconciled. Here, the paper felt oily and significant. It was a tool of the friction. I went to a small diner, sat in a corner booth, and spread the map out. I closed my eyes and touched the brass key in my pocket. I didn't think about geography. I thought about Sarah. I thought about the smell of the music box, cedar and old velvet. I thought about the specific, crystalline vibration of her grief. I let my finger drift across the paper. The map felt cold, then warm, then suddenly, sharply hot. I opened my eyes. My finger was resting on a small town called Oakhaven. It was the same town the boy at the gas station had mentioned. It was close, too close. The Viridian had been anchored near Oakhaven, but it had existed in its own pocket. If Sarah was there, it meant she hadn't been scattered as far as the others. She was wandering the perimeter of her own disappearance. "More coffee, honey," a waitress asked, hovering over me with a glass pot. I looked up. She was older, her hair a stiff hive of blonde polyester. But as our eyes met, I felt a jolt. There was a faint, shimmering outline around her, a ghost of a uniform that wasn't a waitress's apron. It was the crisp, white linen of a Viridian maid. "Marta," I whispered. The coffee pot jerked in her hand. A few drops of dark liquid splashed onto the map, right over Oakhaven. She stared at me, her eyes widening, the boredom of the diner stripping away to reveal a raw, terrified recognition. "Manager," she breathed. Her voice was different, higher, more fragile. Is the shift over?" I reached out and took her hand. Her skin was dry and papery. She wasn't the ageless, efficient creature who had turned down the sheets in room 402. She was a woman in her 60s with varicose veins and a tired heart. "The shift is over, Marta," I said gently. "The hotel is closed." She sank into the booth opposite me, the coffee pot clattering onto the table. "I woke up in a trailer," she said, her voice trembling. "I had a name I didn't remember and a cat that hissed at me. I've been working here for a week, but every time I close my eyes, I see the red carpets. I hear the bells. I thought I was going crazy. I thought I'd died and gone to a very boring hell." "You were translated," I told her. "We all were. The landlord took the building, and the world took the rest." "He's here," she whispered, leaning in, "the man in the gray suit. He comes in every morning at 6. He doesn't eat. He just sits and watches the clock. He asked me if I'd seen anyone unusual, anyone who looked like they were looking for a room." I felt a cold finger of dread trace my spine. They were already monitoring the survivors. The managers were the targets, but the staff were the sensors. They were the ones who could recognize the unusual because they had been part of it. "You have to leave, Marta," I said. "Don't go back to the trailer. Take the bus south. Go to a city with a lot of noise. The noise will hide you." "What about you?" she asked. "What about the guests?" "I'm going to find the music box," I said. I left her there, staring at the coffee stain on the map. I walked out of the diner and into the morning sun, which was now blindingly bright. I felt the weight of the silver-nibbed pen in my pocket. No, wait. I had given the pen to Kevin. I had only the key and the pencil. I started walking toward the edge of town, toward the highway that led back to Oakhaven. I didn't have a car, and the bus wouldn't leave for hours, but I found that I didn't need them. The manager of the Viridian had never walked. He had simply arrived. I began to experiment with that old authority. I didn't try to teleport. The world was too thick for that now. But I looked at the road and I demanded that it be shorter. I focused on the space between my steps, imagining the way the architect would have folded the distance. Step, fold, step. The cars passing me became blurs of light and sound. The telephone poles flickered like the teeth of a comb. The 40 miles didn't disappear, but they compressed. My legs moved with a mechanical precision, my breath falling into the slow, tectonic rhythm of the deep clock. I wasn't fighting the friction, I was using it. I reached the outskirts of Oakhaven in less than an hour. My shoes were ruined, the soles worn through to the socks, and my heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. But I was there. Oak Haven was a town that had been dying for 50 years. It was a collection of boarded-up storefronts, sagging Victorian houses, and a town square dominated by a fountain that hadn't seen water since the 70s. It was the perfect place for a ghost to hide. I followed the heat of the quay. It led me away from the main street, toward a neighborhood where the trees were overgrown, their branches interlacing to block out the sun. The air here felt different, static-charged and heavy. I stopped in front of a small, white house with a wraparound porch. It was identical to a dozen others on the street, but it was leaking. That was the only way to describe it. A faint, melodic chime was drifting from the open windows, the sound of a music box playing a tune that didn't quite have enough notes. And with the sound came the scent of the Viridian, the expensive lilies, the floor wax, the hint of ozone. Sarah was inside, and she was crying. As I stepped onto the porch, the front door creaked open. It wasn't Sarah who stood there. It was the man in the trench coat, the landlord. He wasn't wearing the coat now. He was in a simple white shirt, his sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms covered in scars, not surgical scars, but geometric patterns that looked as though they had been branded into his skin. He held a glass of lemonade in one hand, looking for all the world like a man enjoying a quiet afternoon. "You're late, Elias," he said. His voice was no longer a roar, it was a conversational purr. "I expected you 2 towns back. You're getting slow. The humanity is starting to coat you like rust." "Where is she?" I asked, my hand tightening around the brass key in my pocket. "She's in the parlor, trying to remember the lyrics to a song that doesn't exist," he said, stepping aside. "Won't you come in? We have so much to discuss. The market is changing, Elias. The demand for silence is down, but the price of raw experience, well, it's through the roof." I walked past him into the house. The interior was a nightmare of half-formed realities. One wall was covered in ordinary floral wallpaper. The next was the heavy, dark oak paneling of the Viridian's library. The floor was linoleum in one spot and crimson carpet in the next. Sarah sat on a sofa in the center of the room. She was clutching the iron music box to her chest, her eyes fixed on a television that was showing nothing but static. "Sarah," I said. She didn't look up. "The manager said the rooms were full," she whispered. "He said if I stayed quiet, the noise wouldn't find me. But the noise is everywhere now, Elias. It's inside the box. It's inside my head." "I know," I said, moving toward her. "But I'm here now. I have the keys." The landlord laughed from the doorway. "The key, that little piece of brass. Elias, that's just a souvenir, a token of a defunct era. You think you can build a new hotel with that?" "I'm not building a hotel," I said, turning to face him. I pulled the brass key out and held it up. The light from the static-filled TV caught the metal. "I'm building a bridge." "A bridge to where? The architect is gone. The foundation is dust." "The foundation isn't the stone," I said, quoting the note I had found. "It's the man who can hold the contradictions without breaking." I looked at Sarah, then back at the landlord. I felt the two worlds pulling at me, the heavy, honest pain of the street and the beautiful, translated silence of the lobby. I didn't choose. I let them both in. I felt my skin begin to tear. Not physically, but the idea of me began to fracture. I was the manager in the charcoal suit, and I was the man with the bloodshot eyes. I was the golden light and the human sweat. The room began to shake. The music box in Sarah's lap flew open, the ballerina spinning so fast she became a blur of silver. The tune changed. It was no longer a lullaby. It was a rhythmic, grinding pulse. The deep clog. "What are you doing?" the landlord demanded, his face finally losing its composure. He dropped the lemonade glass. It shattered, the shards turning into rose petals before they hit the floor. "I'm changing the frequency," I said. I didn't use the key to lock a door. I jammed it into the air between us and twisted. The sound was like a choir screaming in a wind tunnel. The house in Oakhaven didn't disappear, but it became transparent. I saw the street outside, the gray-suited men closing in, the dying trees, and I saw the Viridian, its ruins flickering like a ghost ship in the fog. I reached out and grabbed Sarah's hand. "Don't look at the walls," I told her. "Look at the rhythms." The landlord lunged for us, his hands turning into claws of shadow, but he was a creature of the edges, a scavenger of the collapse. He couldn't handle the center. He couldn't handle the raw, unrefined fusion of the two realities. The explosion was silent. It was a burst of pure, white nothing that tasted of peppermint and salt. When my eyes cleared, the house was gone. The landlord was gone. I was standing in a field of tall, yellow grass. The sun was setting, casting long, purple shadows across the landscape. Sarah was standing next to me, still holding the music box. It was silent now. "Where are we?" she asked. Her voice was clear. The panic was gone. I looked around. In the distance, I could see the lights of a city, not Oakhaven, but somewhere larger, somewhere vibrant and chaotic. "We're in the margins," I said. I looked down at my hand. The brass key was gone. In its place was a small, circular scar on my palm, shaped like a teardrop. I didn't need the metal anymore. I was the keys. "What do we do now?" Sarah asked. I looked at the city lights. I felt the weight of the ledger in my mind, the names of the guests waiting to be written. I felt the deep clock ticking, but it wasn't a threat anymore. It was a metronome. "We find the others," I said, "and then we open for business." I started walking toward the city, my steps light and sure. I wasn't the manager of a building. I was the manager of the gap, and in the gap between the real and the reflected, there was plenty of room for everyone. The city was called Argent, though I suspect its name changed depending on who was looking at it. To Sarah, it likely looked like a sprawl of possibilities. To me, it looked like a dense thicket of unfinished business. As we walked toward the outskirts, the transition from the yellow grass to the cracked asphalt of the industrial fringe felt less like a journey and more like a slow immersion into a cold pool. The friction was back, but it was different now. It didn't grate against me like sandpaper. Instead, it hummed. Every car that passed, every flickering street lamp, every muffled argument behind a closed door, it all had a frequency. I could feel the city breathing, a ragged, uneven respiration that needed a regulator. "My head doesn't hurt anymore," Sarah said, her voice small but steady. She was walking with a grace I hadn't seen in the hotel. In the Viridian, she had been a delicate porcelain doll, something to be dusted and kept in a climate-controlled room. Here, with the wind whipping her hair and the grit of the road under her boots, she looked vital. "The music box," I said, nodding toward the iron object she still clutched. "Is it quiet?" She popped the latch. The ballerina didn't spin. The gears were still, but there was a faint warmth emanating from the metal. "It's waiting," she whispered. "It's like a lung holding its breath." "Keep it that way for now," I cautioned. "We aren't looking to build a fortress. We're looking for a foyer." We found it in the heart of the warehouse district, tucked between a defunct textile mill and a shop that sold used restaurant equipment. It was a 3-story brick building that looked as though it had been squeezed into existence by the pressure of its neighbors. It had no sign, no number, and the windows were coated in a layer of soot so thick they looked like obsidian. I stopped in front of the heavy steel door. I didn't reach for a handle. I simply pressed the palm of my hand, the one with the teardrop scar, against the cold metal. The scar flared with a brief white heat. I felt the building's history rush through me, the clatter of sewing machines, the smell of cheap tobacco, the decades of boredom and sweat. And beneath that, I felt the void. This place was hollow. It was a vacancy in the literal sense, a space that the world had forgotten to reclaim. The door clicked, not the sharp snap of a modern lock, but the deep, resonant thud of a deadbolt sliding back into a dream. I pushed the door open. The interior was a vast, open floor punctuated by thick timber pillars. The air was stale, smelling of sawdust and old rain, but as Sarah stepped inside, the atmosphere began to shimmer. The music box in her hand gave a single, crystalline chime. "This is it?" she asked, her voice echoing in the gloom. It's just a room." "It's a canvas," I said. "The landlord wanted to own the house. The architect wanted to build the house, but they both forgot that a house is nothing without the hospitality." I walked to the center of the room. I didn't have the ledger anymore, at least, not in physical form, but I could see the pages unfolding in the air around me. I saw the names of the staff who had been scattered: Marta at the diner, Kevin at the gas station, Arthur, the concierge, who I suspected was currently working as a night watchman at a cemetery. I closed my eyes and reached out. I didn't call them with words. I called them with the rhythm. I tapped my foot against the floor, a slow, deliberate beat. 1, 2, 3, hold. The deep clock responded. The floorboards beneath us didn't change into carpet, but they became impossibly smooth. The pillars didn't turn into marble, but they grew taller, stretching upward until the ceiling was lost in a velvet darkness. The soot on the windows didn't vanish. It rearranged itself into intricate, frosted patterns that filtered the city light into a soft, amber glow. "We aren't the Viridian," I told the empty space. "We are the way station. We are the place where the road catches its breath." A ripple moved through the air near the back wall. It looked like heat rising from pavement, but it smelled of mint and starch. A figure stepped through. It was Kevin. He was still wearing the grease-stained jumpsuit from the gas station, and his eyes were wide with a mixture of terror and relief. He looked around the cavernous room, his gaze finally landing on me. "Manager," he asked, his voice cracking. I was just changing a tire, and then the tire wasn't there, and the car wasn't there. I just heard the clock. I followed the ticking." "Welcome back, Kevin," I said. "You're early for your shift. Go to the back. You'll find a sink and some soap. The uniforms will manifest when we're ready for them." He didn't ask questions. He just nodded, tears welling in his eyes, and disappeared into the shadows of the rear hallway. Over the next hour, they arrived. One by one, the translated found their way to the brick building in Argent. They came from laundromats, from bus benches, from the lonely corners of a world that didn't know what to do with them. Each arrival strengthened the anchor. The building began to settle into the earth, its foundations interlocking with the hidden geometry of the city. Marta was the last to arrive. She was still carrying the glass coffee pot from the diner. She looked at me, then at the vast, shimmering space we had claimed. "The man in the gray suit," she said, her voice trembling. "He followed me to the bus station, Elias. He was right behind me. He almost touched my shoulder." "He can't come in here, Marta." I said, though I wasn't entirely sure if that was a lie. Not unless he has a reservation, and he doesn't have the currency we accept. What currency is that? She asked, setting the coffee pot down on a pillar that had morphed into a small mahogany side table. Honesty, I said, and the willingness to be seen. I turned to Sarah. She was standing by the window, watching the city. They're coming, aren't they, the guests? They've always been here, I said. They've just been sleeping in doorways and hiding in the noise. They're the ones who feel the friction the most, the ones the landlord couldn't use because they were too broken to be beautiful. I felt the building shudder. A knock came at the steel door, not a polite rap, but a heavy, desperate pounding. I walked to the door and opened it. Standing on the sidewalk was a woman. She was soaked to the bone, though it wasn't raining. Her clothes were rags, and her eyes were the color of a winter sky just before a storm. She looked at me, and I saw her essence, not as golden threads, but as a series of jagged, sparking wires. She was a woman who had been living in the glitches of the world, a casualty of the deep clock's uneven gears. I can't find my way home, she whispered. I've been walking for 3 years, but the streets keep changing. Every time I turn a corner, the sun is in a different place. I stepped back and gestured to the room behind me. The amber light spilled out onto the dark pavement, illuminating her tired face. You're not lost, I said. You've just arrived at the end of the road. This is the way station. Is there a room? She asked, her voice trembling. There is something better, I said. There is a chair, a cup of tea, and a silence that won't bite you. Come in, Mrs. Gable. She blinked, her mouth falling open. How do you know my name? I'm the manager, I said, and for the first time in an eternity, the title didn't feel like a cage. It felt like a promise. As she stepped inside, the music box began to play. It wasn't the haunting, lonely tune from the hotel. It was a low, steady hum, a foundational melody that harmonized with the city's chaos. Sarah sat with the woman, speaking in low tones, while Kevin, now dressed in a simple white shirt, brought a tray of water. I stood by the door, watching them. The building was alive now. It wasn't a palace, and it wasn't a prison. It was a lung, breathing in the exhausted and breathing out a measure of peace. But as I looked out into the street, I saw a car pull up to the curb. It was a black sedan, sleek and silent. The man in the gray suit stepped out. He didn't approach the door. He just stood by the car, adjusted his tie, and looked at his watch. He looked up at the window where I stood. He didn't smile, but he tapped the face of his watch twice. He was telling me that the time I had stolen wasn't free. The landlord was a creature of debt, and I had just opened a massive line of credit. I didn't close the door. I didn't hide. I simply nodded to him, a professional acknowledgement between rivals. He might own the horizon, and he might own the gold, but I own the moments in between. I own the transition. I turned back to the room. The ledger was waiting. There were no rooms yet, no numbered doors or silver service. But there was a woman who had stopped shaking, a music box that knew the beat, and a staff that remembered how to serve. Marta, I called out. Yes, Elias. Find some more chairs. I think it's going to be a busy night. I walked to the back of the room, where a small desk had materialized out of the shadows. On it lay a single yellowed sheet of paper and a pencil with a sharp graphite point. I sat down and wrote the first entry in the new book. Guest Sarah, room the threshold, status resident. Guest Mrs. Gable, room the silence, status arrived. As I wrote, I felt the teardrop scar on my palm pulse with a steady, rhythmic heat. The world outside Argent was still grinding along, full of friction and fear, but inside these four walls, the clock was finally ours. The hotel with full rooms was a ghost of the past. The way station was the reality of the present. And as the manager, I knew one thing for certain. The night was long, the road was hard, but as long as the light stayed on in the window, no one truly had to be lost. I looked up as another knock sounded at the door. This one was softer, hesitant. "Kevin," I said, not looking away from the ledger, "see who that is, and tell them we have plenty of space." I picked up the pencil and waited. The story wasn't over. It was just finally starting to make sense. The architect had built a masterpiece, but I was going to build a home. And in the deep clock's long, echoing chambers, that was the only thing that ever really mattered. The visitor at the door wasn't a guest, or at least not a human one. When Kevin pulled back the heavy steel, a gust of wind that smelled of ozone and scorched paper rushed into the foyer. For a moment, the amber light of the way station flickered, threatened by a darkness that felt dense and intentional. Standing on the threshold was a tall, spindly figure wrapped in a coat made of what appeared to be dozens of umbrellas stitched together. He didn't have a face so much as a collection of shadows held together by a pair of silver spectacles. He didn't wait for an invitation. He drifted past Kevin with the weightless grace of a dandelion seed, his umbrella coat rustling like dry leaves. "The resonance is off," the figure said. His voice sounded like two stones rubbing together at the bottom of a well. He stopped in the center of the room and began to sniff the air. Too much carbon, and is that peppermint how gauche? I stood up from the desk, the teardrop scar on my palm throbbing. I recognized the frequency of this being. He wasn't one of the landlord's enforcers, nor was he a remnant of the architect's vision. He was a surveyor, one of the entities that lived in the architecture of the between, the space where the rules of physics were replaced by the rules of perspective. "Mr. Cratchit," I said, the name surfacing in my mind from the depths of the ledger's collective memory. I didn't expect an inspection so soon. We haven't even finished the plumbing. The surveyor turned his silver spectacles toward me. "Elias, you look frayed. You've been spending too much time in the unrefined reality. It's staining your edges." He gestured vaguely at the room. "This isn't a hotel, it's a leak. You're bleeding the city into the void and the void into the city. Do you have any idea what that does to the local equilibrium?" "The equilibrium was a lie, Cratchit," I said, walking toward him. It was a silence maintained by fear. I'm offering a different kind of stillness, a stillness that accepts the noise. Cratchit reached into his coat and pulled out a long brass rod. He tapped it against one of the timber pillars. The wood rang out with a clear, metallic note that lingered in the air far longer than it should have. He frowned, or rather, the shadows where his mouth should have been tightened. "You're using the deep clock as a heartbeat," Cratchit muttered. "Dangerous, arrogant. If the rhythm falters, this entire block of Argent will fold in on itself like a crushed soda can. The landlord is already filing a grievance with the Board of Transitions. He says you've stolen raw experience that belongs to the market." "The landlord can file whatever he likes," I replied. "He dealt in shadows. I'm dealing in people. Sarah." Sarah looked up from where she was sitting with Mrs. Gable. She held the music box out, the lid still open. The heat emanating from the iron was visible now, a soft distortion in the air. "Show him the frequency," I said. Sarah didn't play a song. She simply touched the silent ballerina. A a pulse of pure, unadulterated belonging radiated from the box. It wasn't a sound, but a feeling, the sensation of finally finding your keys after a long day, the smell of rain on hot pavement, the relief of a fever breaking. Cratchit recoiled, his umbrella coat fluttering violently, the silver spectacles clouded over. That's untranslated, he hissed. You can't have that here. It's too heavy. It'll sink the floor. The floor is held up by the guests, I said. Every person who finds their way here adds a brick to the foundation. We don't need the architect's blueprints anymore. We're building as we go. Cratchit straightened his coat, his silver eyes clearing. The board won't like this, Elias. They prefer things to be categorized. Is this a dream? Is it a memory? Is it a physical location? You're trying to be all three. You're trying to be the bridge and the river at the same time. Then tell the board that the way station is open for business, I said. And if they want to categorize us, they're welcome to book a room, if they can find the door. Cratchit lingered for a moment, his form flickering as if he were being viewed through a faulty projector. The man in the gray suit is not the only one watching, manager. You've turned on a light in a very dark neighborhood. Don't be surprised when the things that live in the dark come to see what's burning. With a sudden, sharp snap of an umbrella opening, he was gone. The air he had occupied felt suddenly thin and cold, but the amber light of the room quickly rushed back in to fill the void. Kevin exhaled a breath he seemed to have been holding for 5 minutes. Was that a ghost? No, I said, returning to my desk. That was a bureaucrat. In some ways, that's much worse. I looked at the ledger. More names were beginning to appear, ghostwriting themselves onto the yellowed paper. They weren't names I recognized yet, but I could feel them moving through the city of Argent, drawn toward the rhythmic thrum of the way station. But as I watched the ink form, I noticed something troubling. The names weren't just appearing, they were vibrating. The letters were jagged, as if the people they represented were being pulled in 2 directions at once. I stood up and went to the window. Across the street, the black sedan was gone, but the man in the gray suit was still there. He was standing under a street lamp, and he wasn't alone. There were 3 of them now, all in identical gray suits, all with identical watches. They were standing in a triangle, their eyes fixed on the way station. They weren't attacking, they were measuring. Marta, I called out. She came over, her face pale. I see them, Elias. They look like they're waiting for a bus that's never coming. They're waiting for the rhythm to skip, I said. They're waiting for us to make a mistake. They think that because we're welcoming the broken, we're weak. They think the friction will eventually tear us apart. I looked at Sarah. She was still holding the music box, but her expression had changed. She was staring at Mrs. Gable, who had fallen into a deep, dreamless sleep on the makeshift sofa. Elias, Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. The box, it's getting heavier. I walked over and put my hand on the iron lid. It wasn't just heavy, it was dense. It felt as though it were pulling the gravity of the room toward it. The raw experience I had brought from the hotel, the distilled essence of Sarah's pain and my own memories, was beginning to crystallize. It was the power source of the way station, but it was also a magnet. We need to distribute the weight, I realized. I looked around the room. It was too large, too empty. We had the staff and we had the first few guests, but the structure was still too much like a warehouse. It lacked the translation that made the Viridian so potent. We had the honesty, but we lacked the art. Kevin, Marta, Sarah, gather around, I commanded. They joined me in the center of the room. I held out my hand. the teardrop scar glowing with a steady white light. The landlord used you as ornaments, I said. The architect used you as pillars. I'm asking you to be the architects yourselves. This space, it's a reflection of us. If we want it to hold against the men in the gray suits, we have to fill it with more than just silence. We have to fill it with our stories. How? Kevin asked. Don't think about what a hotel looks like, I said. Think about what peace feels like. Think about the one place you felt safe before the Viridian took you. I closed my eyes and let the two worlds in my head collide. I didn't try to manage them. I let the grit of the street and the gold of the lobby swirl together in a chaotic dance. I felt the deep clock ticking in my marrow, but I gave the beat to my friends. Now, I whispered, builds. The room didn't just change, it exploded into being. The floorboards groaned and shifted, weaving themselves into a complex parquet pattern that seemed to tell a story of a long journey. The walls didn't just stay brick, they sprouted shelves filled with books that hadn't been written yet, their spines glowing with faint internal light. The ceiling didn't just stay dark, it opened up into a vast, celestial map of argent, the stars corresponding to the streetlights of the city outside. Marta's memories of the diner merged with the Viridian's grand dining room, creating a space that smelled of expensive wine and homemade apple pie, a kitchen of the common good where the plates were never empty. Kevin's mechanical aptitude fused with the hotel's hidden clockwork, creating a series of brass elevators that didn't go up or down, but sideways into the different moods of the guests. And Sarah gave the room its voice. The music box didn't just hum, it began to sing, not a lullaby, but a symphony of the mundane, the sound of a boiling kettle, the rustle of a newspaper, the laughter of a child in a distant park. It was the sound of the world being okay with itself. When I opened my eyes, the way station was no longer a warehouse. It was a cathedral of the everyday. It was warm, vibrant, and impossibly deep. It felt as though it had been standing here for 1,000 years, and yet it felt as fresh as a new morning. The weight of the music box had vanished. The energy was now distributed throughout the building, hummed by the walls and breathed by the vents. I looked out the window. The men in the gray suits had stepped back. The triangle was broken. The sheer density of the way station's new reality had pushed them to the very edge of the sidewalk. They were flickering now, their forms losing cohesion against the brilliance of the amber light. One of them raised his watch, but the glass cracked. He looked at it in confusion, then looked at me. For the first time, I saw a flicker of something human in his eyes, envy. "We aren't full," I said, my voice carrying through the glass and into the street. "We will never be full, because there is always room for one more story." The man in the gray suit didn't respond. He simply turned and walked back toward the shadows, his companions following him. They weren't gone for good, I knew that, but they were diminished. They were creatures of the full room, and they didn't know how to handle an open door. I turned back to my staff. They were looking at the transformation with awe. Marta was running her hand over a velvet curtain, and Kevin was staring at a brass pneumatic tube that had appeared on the wall. "What now, Elias?" Sarah asked. She was standing by the new fireplace, her face glowing in the hearth light. I walked back to my desk. The ledger was no longer vibrating. The names were written in a clear, steady hand. "Now," I said, "we do the work. We watch the doors. We listen to the stories. And we make sure that anyone who comes through that entrance finds exactly what they're looking for." And what if they're looking for a way back? Mrs. Gable asked, having woken up from her nap. She looked younger, the winter sky color of her eyes now bright with curiosity. Then we help them find the right street, I said. But most people are just looking for a place to put their bags down for a while. I sat down and picked up the pencil. I felt the city of Argent pulsing outside, a vast, chaotic heart. I felt the deep clock ticking, a steady, reliable metronome. And I felt the way station, a tiny island of now in the sea of then and maybe. I wrote the next entry in the ledger. Guest the city of Argent, room all of them, status pending. I looked up at my friends. Marta, see if you can find some of that peppermint tea. Kevin, check the sideways elevators. Sarah, keep the music playing. We have a lot of people to welcome home tonight. The door opened then. It wasn't a desperate pounding this time. It was a gentle, rhythmic knock. I didn't need to check the scar on my palm to know who it was. It was the first of many. The ones who had been waiting for the frequency to change. The ones who were tired of the silence and the noise. I stood up, straightened my charcoal suit, which now felt like it fit me perfectly, not as a uniform, but as a skin, and walked toward the door. Welcome to the way station, I said as the door swung wide. I'm the manager. How can we help you? The night was just beginning, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of the dark. I was the one holding the light, and I knew exactly how to share it. The rooms were empty, the hearts were open, and the hotel was finally, truly open for business. The first guest of the new era was a man who seemed to be made entirely of rain. He wore a sodden trench coat that dripped onto the parquet floor, but the water didn't pool. It soaked into the wood like it was parched, leaving behind the faint, clean scent of a summer storm. He held a suitcase that looked like it had been dragged through every puddle in Argent. I saw the light, he said, his voice a liquid murmur. I've been walking for 3 days, but the street signs kept changing languages. I thought I was in the wrong place. There is no wrong place here, I told him, stepping aside. Only the place you happen to be. Kevin, take his bag. Room 304, the one with the view of the harbor that doesn't exist yet. Kevin stepped forward, his eyes wide but his hands steady. As he took the suitcase, the weight of it nearly pulled him over, but he adjusted, his new sense of the building's mechanics allowing him to balance the burden. This way, sir. The elevator is feeling particularly punctual tonight. As they disappeared toward the brass gates, I felt a shift in the atmosphere. The way station wasn't just a building, it was a lung. It inhaled the weary and exhaled a sense of purpose. But as the manager, I could feel the strain. The more we took in, the more the reality of Argent pressed against our windows. The city didn't like being ignored. It was a predator that relied on the lost to fuel its gears, and I was stealing its lunch. I returned to my desk, but I didn't sit. I looked at the ledger. The pages were turning themselves now, flipping at a frantic pace as if searching for a blank space large enough to contain what was coming. Elia's Marta whispered, coming up beside me. She was holding a tray of silver thimbles filled with a liquid that shimmered like liquid moonlight. The kitchen, it's growing. I went to find the tea, and I found a pantry that goes on for miles. It's filled with things I remember from my grandmother's house. Jars of preserved sunlight, flour made from ground-up Saturday afternoons. Use it, I said. Feed them what they need, not just what they ask for. If a guest looks like they've forgotten how to smile, give them the Saturday afternoon bread. She nodded, her eyes bright with a frantic, joyful energy. But there's something else. In the back of the pantry, there's a door. It's locked and it's cold. It's colder than the street, Elias. It sounds like a clock that stopped. I felt a chill settle in my marrow. The deep clock. The architect hadn't just built a hotel, he had built a cage for time itself. By turning the Viridian into the way station, I hadn't just changed the Daker, I had changed the terms of the imprisonment. Don't open it, I warned. Not yet. We aren't strong enough to handle the silence behind that door. I walked toward the center of the foyer, where Sarah was sitting with Mrs. Gable. The music box was still open, but the melody had shifted. It was no longer a song of belonging, it was a warning. A low, vibrating hum that made the silver spectacles on my desk rattle. "Someone is coming," Sarah said, looking at the door. "Someone who doesn't want a room." I turned. The heavy steel door, which had been so welcoming only moments ago, now looked thin and fragile. The knock that followed wasn't a knock at all. It was a rhythmic thud, the sound of a heavy weight being swung against the frame. Booms, boom, booms. The amber light in the room flared, then dimmed. The parquet floor groaned. "Kevin, Marta, behind the desk," I shouted. The door didn't break, it simply ceased to be an obstacle. It dissolved into a cloud of black moths that swirled into the room, obscuring everything in a whirlwind of velvet wings. When the moths settled, a man was standing in the entryway. He wasn't wearing a gray suit. He was wearing a uniform of outdated velvet and tarnished gold braid, the uniform of a bellhop from a century ago. But his face was a void, a smooth surface of pale skin with no eyes, no nose, and a mouth that was stitched shut with silver wire. He was carrying a tray. On the tray sat a single black envelope. "The auditor," Mrs. Gable whispered, her voice trembling. "The landlord's bookkeeper. He's come to collect the tax on the transition." The eyeless man walked toward me. Every step he took left a scorched footprint on the beautiful floor. The peace we had built was being eaten away by his very presence. He stopped 3 feet from me and held out the tray. I didn't take the envelope. "The way station is a sovereign territory," I said, my voice echoing with the authority of the ledger. "We owe no taxes to the market of shadows." The stitches on the man's mouth strained. A sound like tearing silk filled the room. "Debt," a voice hissed, coming not from the man, but from the walls themselves. "The architect borrowed the seconds. You are spending the minutes. The interest is due in souls." The black envelope began to smoke. "I am the manager," I said, stepping closer, the scar on my palm burning white-hot. "I don't pay in souls, I pay in service. If the landlord wants his due, tell him to come and claim it himself." The auditor didn't move. The black moths began to rise again, circling his head like a halo of rot. The landlord does not visit construction sites. He waits for the foreclosure. You have built a home on a foundation of stolen heartbeats. Every guest you take in is another coin in his pocket, Elias. You are not saving them. You are just fattening them for the slaughter. "That's a lie," Sarah shouted, standing up. She held the music box aloft. "We feel the difference. The Viridian was a cage. This is a breath." The auditor turned his faceless head toward her. "A breath is just a delay of the exhale, little girl, and the exhale is coming." He dropped the envelope. It hit the floor and burst into a pool of black ink that began to spread rapidly, devouring the parquet, climbing the pillars, turning the books on the shelves into charred husks. The amber light of the way station turned a sickly, bruised purple. "Marta, the tea," I yelled, the preserved sunlight. Marta didn't hesitate. She ran to the kitchen and returned with a jar of the shimmering golden honey. She threw it into the center of the ink pool. The jar shattered, and for a moment, the room was filled with the blinding radiance of 1,000 July afternoons. The ink hissed and retreated, the black moths incinerated in midair. The auditor recoiled, his velvet uniform smoking. But the light didn't last. The ink was stubborn, a manifestation of pure, calculated greed. It began to reform, crawling back toward us. "It's not enough," Kevin said, his voice cracking. The city is feeding him. I can feel the friction from the streets outside. It's too much power." I looked at the ledger. It was turning black, the names of the guests being erased by the encroaching shadow. I realized then that I couldn't fight the landlord with his own tools. I couldn't fight darkness with just light or debt with just wealth. I had to use the one thing the landlord didn't understand, the transition itself. "Sarah," I said, grabbing her hand, "the music box, give it to me." "Elias, it's all we have left of the core." "Oh, trust me." I took the iron box. It was vibrating so hard it felt like it would shatter my bones. I didn't play it. I didn't look for the melody. Instead, I walked straight into the pool of black ink toward the auditor. The shadow climbed my legs, freezing my skin, whispering 1,000 failures into my ears. It told me I was a thief, a failed manager, a man who had traded his soul for a set of keys to a ghost house. I ignored it. I reached the auditor and pressed the music box against his chest, right where a heart should have been. "You want the interest," I snarled. "Here, take the whole song." I didn't open the lid. I smashed the box against the auditor's tarnished gold buttons. The iron didn't break, it unfolded. The music box wasn't just a reservoir of memory, it was a bridge. By breaking the container, I released the pressure. The raw experience didn't just flood the room, it flooded the auditor. A century of Sarah's longing, 1,000 years of the architect's genius, and the collective hope of every guest who had ever dreamed of a way out rushed into the faceless man. He didn't scream, he couldn't, but his body began to glow with a terrifying, fractured light. The silver spectacles on my desk shattered. The windows of the way station blew outward, sending shards of glass raining down onto the streets of Argent. The auditor began to dissolve, not into moths, but into color. He became a kaleidoscope of reds, blues, and golds, the colors of a sunset, a bruised knee, a first kiss, a funeral shroud. He was being forced to feel everything the landlord had ever stolen. The ink on the floor turned back into water, then evaporated. The black moths turned into white butterflies and vanished into the ceiling. With a final, silent, concussive wave, the auditor vanished. The room fell into a deafening silence. The amber light returned, but it was dimmer now, more fragile. The music box lay on the floor, a twisted piece of scrap metal. Its song was gone. I slumped against a pillar, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My palm was bleeding, the teardrop scar torn open. "Elias," Sarah ran to me, nailing in the damp wood. "Is it over?" I looked around the room. The way station had survived, but the cost was visible. The books were blank. The celestial map on the ceiling was clouded with gray mist. The kitchen of the common good was silent. "No," I whispered. "It's not over. We just declared war." I looked at the door. The steel was gone, replaced by a shimmering veil of mist. Beyond it, the streets of Argent were no longer just a city. They were a battlefield. I could see more gray suits gathering at the edges of the light. I could see the landlord's influence tightening like a noose around the block. But I also saw something else. In the windows of the tenements across the street, people were looking out. They weren't looking with fear. They were looking with recognition. They had seen the light of the auditor's dissolution. They had felt the pulse of the music box. They know we're here, Kevin said, standing by the window. Really know. Yes, I said, pushing myself up. I felt a new weight in my pocket. I reached in and pulled out a key. It wasn't silver or gold. It was made of clear, indestructible glass. It was the key to the door in the pantry, the door to the deep clock. The landlord thinks he can starve us out, I said, looking at my staff. He thinks that by taking our core, we'll fade away, but he forgot one thing. What's that? Marta asked. A way station isn't a destination, I said. It's a beginning. We don't need a music box to tell us who we are. We have the ledger, and as long as there is one name left on those pages, this house stands. I walked over to the desk and picked up the pencil. It was broken in half, but the lead was still sharp. I looked at the black-stained pages. Underneath the soot, the names were still there. Sarah, Kevin, Marta, Mrs. Gable, the man of rain. And then a new name appeared, written in a shimmering, iridescent ink that seemed to come from nowhere. Guest the auditor, room the reconciliation, status checked in. I stared at the name. I hadn't saved him. I had transformed him. I had given the landlord's own enforcer a soul, and now he was somewhere in the depths of the hotel, learning what it meant to be human. We need to get ready, I said, my voice gaining strength. The next guest won't be a monster. It'll be the people, hundreds of them. They're going to be scared, and they're going to be hungry, and they're going to bring the whole world with them. We're ready, Kevin said, his hand on the elevator lever. I'll start the bread, Marta said, heading for the kitchen. Sarah picked up the scrap metal of the music box. I can't fix the song, Elias, but I can make a new one. I think I know how it goes now. I nodded. I looked out the window one last time. The men in the gray suits were moving closer, their watches synchronized, their faces set in grim masks of efficiency. They were the agents of a world that demanded everything be measured, sold, and filed away. I turned my back on them and looked at my hotel. It was a mess. It was a miracle. It was a home. I sat down at the desk and opened the ledger to a fresh, white page. Part 15, I whispered to the empty room, the night of the open gates. I began to write, not as a manager, but as a witness, because in the hotel with full rooms, the only thing that truly belonged to us was the story we chose to tell, and my story was just getting to the good part. The floor beneath me hummed. Deep in the bowels of the building, the glass key in my pocket began to vibrate in sympathy with the deep clock. The transition wasn't over. It was accelerating. Outside, the first of the crowd reached the mist-covered door. They didn't knock. They didn't hesitate. They simply walked in, leaving the gray world behind. Welcome, I said, not looking up from the book. We've been expecting you. There's plenty of room. The crowd didn't come as a stampede. They came as a seepage, a slow-moving tide of the dispossessed and the curious who had spent their lives sensing a hollow space in the architecture of Argent. They were the people who always felt the cold a second before the wind blew, the ones who dreamt of hallways they had never walked. As the first dozen crossed the threshold, the way station expanded to meet them. I felt the walls stretch, the ceiling rising into a vaulted arch of amber-veined marble that hadn't been there a moment ago. The hotel was breathing with me now, its lungs expanding with every new soul that sought shelter. I didn't ask for identification. I didn't ask for a credit card or a history. I simply watched their faces. As they stepped through the mist where the door used to be, the grime of the city, that peculiar, oily soot that clings to the skin in argent, simply fell away. It didn't vanish. It turned into butterflies or autumn leaves or scraps of old poetry that fluttered to the floor before dissolving into the wood. Room 412. I told a woman carrying a child who looked like he was made of static. The windows look out onto a field of lavender that smells like your mother's kitchen. Go on. Kevin will show you the way. Kevin was a blur of motion. He had discovered that within the way station, he could be in 3 places at once if he didn't think too hard about the physics of it. I saw 3 versions of him, each wearing a slightly different shade of his bellhop vest, leading families toward the elevators. The brass gates were singing now, a high harmonic chime that signaled the elevators were no longer moving up and down, but inward and outward, traveling through the layers of the building's new, impossible geography. Marta emerged from the kitchen, her apron dusted with a flower that glowed with a soft, bioluminescent green. She was carrying trays of bread that didn't just smell like yeast and salt, but like safety. People took the loaves with trembling hands, and as they bit into them, I saw the gray wash of the city drain from their eyes. They began to remember things, not just their names, but the versions of themselves they had buried to survive the landlord's bureaucracy. Elias, Marta said, pausing by the desk. Her voice was strained but jubilant. The pantry, the door with the glass key, it's glowing. It's pulsing in time with the people's heartbeats. If more come, I don't know if the walls can hold the pressure. We're becoming a city inside a city. Let it pulse, I said, though my hand was gripped tight around the pencil. The pressure is what keeps the auditor's ink from coming back. We are a high-pressure system in a vacuum, Marta. We have to keep the density up. But the shadow outside wasn't finished. The gray suits had reached the edge of the mist. They didn't try to enter. They knew they couldn't survive the frequency of the way station anymore. Instead, they began to set up a perimeter. I watched through the window as they erected tall, spindly poles of black iron, topped with humming, dish-like apparatuses. Dampers, Mrs. Gable whispered, appearing at my elbow. She looked older tonight, the effort of maintaining her composure etched into the fine lines of her face. They're going to try to silence us. If they can cancel out the frequency of the hotel, we'll become a normal building again. And a normal building cannot hold 1,000 people in a space meant for 100. We'll collapse, Elias. We'll become a tomb of brick and bone. They can't silence a song they don't know the words to, I replied, though a cold knot of dread was tightening in my stomach. The auditor's presence still lingered in the ledger, a smudge of iridescent ink that seemed to be moving, the letters shifting and reforming. I looked down and saw that the status of the auditor had changed. The status reconfiguring, seeking the core. I realized then that by breaking the music box, I hadn't destroyed the heart of the hotel. I had merely shattered its casing. The song was now loose in the building, a wild, sentient thing that was looking for a new instrument. And the auditor, the man of velvet and void, was chasing it. Sarah, I called out. She was standing in the center of the lobby, her hands empty, her eyes closed. She was humming, a low, haunting melody that seemed to be the only thing keeping the lights from flickering. Sarah, where is the music? It's in the vents, Elias, she whispered, not opening her eyes. It's in the plumbing. It's hiding from the man with no face. He wants to turn it back into a debt. He wants to put it in a box again. I stood up, the glass key in my pocket, suddenly searingly hot. I have to go to the deep clock. If the landlord's agents are setting up dampers, The only way to counteract them is to turn the hotel's output up. We have to become so loud that Argent has no choice but to hear us. You can't go down there alone, Kevin said, one of his three selves merging back into the original as he skidded to a halt by the desk. The basement. It's not just a basement anymore. It's the basement of the whole city. It's where the roots are. I have to, I said. Marta, keep feeding them. Mrs. Gable, keep the ledger. If a name disappears, write it back in. Don't let the ink fade. Sarah, keep singing. If you stop, we lose the thread. I didn't wait for an answer. I headed for the kitchen, pushing through the swinging doors into a space that had become a cathedral of steam and copper. The smell of the Saturday afternoon bread was thick enough to taste. At the very back, behind a shelf of jars containing the laughter of children and the first day of spring, stood the door. It was small, unremarkable, and made of a wood so dark it looked like a hole in the world. I pulled out the glass key. It felt light, almost weightless, as I inserted it into the lock. The moment the key turned, the sound of the lobby, the voices, the clinking of tea thimbles, Sarah's humming, vanished. There was only the tick. It wasn't the sound of a clock. It was the sound of a hammer hitting an anvil made of stars. Clang, clang, clang. I stepped through the door and found myself on a narrow iron catwalk. Below me, a vast subterranean cavern opened up, filled with the inner workings of the deep clock. It was a forest of gears, some as small as a watch spring, others the size of Ferris wheels, all turning in a complex, interlocking dance. They weren't made of metal, they were made of solidified time. Some were translucent and shimmering, representing the future. Others were rusted and heavy, the weight of the past. And there, standing on the central axle, was the auditor. He was different now. The kaleidoscope of colors I had forced into him had settled into a flickering, unstable aura. He was no longer a void, but a frantic, shifting mosaic of human experiences. He was clutching a handful of glowing, golden threads, the remnants of the music box's song. He was trying to weave them into the gears, trying to jam the mechanism. "Stop!" I shouted, my voice swallowed by the rhythmic thunder of the clock. The auditor turned. His face was still a smooth expanse of skin, but a single eye was beginning to tear itself open in the center of his forehead, a weeping, blue eye that looked at me with a mixture of agony and avarice. "The landlord needs the rhythm," the voice hissed, no longer coming from the walls, but from the auditor's own straining throat. "Without the rhythm, the city stops, the market dies. I must return the interest. The city is a cage and the market is a slaughterhouse," I yelled, moving down the catwalk. The iron groaned under my feet. The clock shouldn't belong to the landlord. It belongs to the way station. I reached the central platform. The heat was immense, the friction of time itself generating a static charge that made my hair stand on end. The auditor lunged at me, his hands like cold iron. We collided, and for a moment I saw what he saw. I saw Argent as a giant machine for grinding souls into currency. I saw the landlord, a shadow so vast it had no shape, sitting at a desk that spanned the horizon, counting heartbeats like coins. I felt the auditor's pain, the agony of being a vessel for a debt that could never be paid. "You don't have to be his bookkeeper anymore," I gasped, struggling against his grip. "You're a guest now. Look at the ledger. You have a room." The auditor froze. The blue eye blinked. "A room." "The reconciliation," I said, my hand finding the glass key in my pocket. "It's yours, but you have to let go of the song. You have to let the clock find its own pace." The auditor's grip slackened. The golden threads of the music box's melody began to drift away from his fingers, spiraling upward toward the ceiling of the cavern. But as they left him, the gears of the deep clock began to scream. The dampers outside were working. I could feel a dull, heavy weight pressing down on the building, a counter vibration that was trying to slow the gears, to grind the way station back into the gray reality of the street. The translucent gears of the future were cracking. I can't hold it, I realized. I'm just a man. I can't be the manager of time. Then's be the conductor, the auditor whispered. He reached out and grabbed my hand, the one with the teardrop scar. He pressed my palm against the central, pulsing axle of the clock. The pain was beyond anything I had ever felt. It was the pain of every second that had ever passed, every moment of loss, every hour of waiting. But through the pain, I felt the connection. I wasn't just touching a machine. I was touching the pulse of every person in the lobby above. I felt Sarah's song, Marta's hope, Kevin's loyalty. I felt the man of rains longing for a harbor that didn't exist. I closed my eyes and stopped trying to control the clock. I stopped trying to be the manager who kept the books balanced. I let the scar on my palm open completely, and I poured the way station into the clock. I poured the smell of the peppermint tea, the sound of the brass elevators, the feeling of a bed with clean sheets after a long journey. I poured the now into the then and the maybe. The deep clock didn't just speed up, it changed its tune. The thunderous clang softened into a rhythmic, pulsing thrum, the sound of a heart at rest. The cracked gears of the future healed, turning into a diamond-hard clarity. The rusted gears of the past began to shine, the weight of regret lifted by the simple power of being present. The auditor let out a long, shuddering breath. His velvet uniform turned into a simple gray wool coat. The silver wire on his mouth vanished, leaving behind a thin, pale scar. He looked at me with his one blue eye, and then he simply sat down on the platform, exhausted. "Go," he whispered. "The song is everywhere now." I climbed back up the catwalk, my body feeling light, almost translucent. When I stepped back through the door into the kitchen, the silence was gone. The voice station was roaring. It wasn't a roar of anger, but of life. The music was no longer coming from a box or from Sarah's throat. It was coming from the walls, the floor, the very air. It was a symphony of 1,000 voices, 1,000 stories, all overlapping into a single, unbreakable chord of sound. I ran back into the lobby. The dampers outside were melting. I saw the black iron poles glowing red-hot before sagging like wax. The gray suits were retreating, their watches shattered, their hands over their ears. They couldn't breathe this air. It was too rich, too full of oxygen and memory. The lobby was packed. There were hundreds of people now, but the room didn't feel crowded. It felt like a homecoming. People were talking, laughing, crying. The woman with the static child was sitting in a plush armchair, and the child was no longer static. He was a boy with golden hair, eating a slice of Marta's bread. Sarah was standing by the window, watching the sunset, but it wasn't the gray, smog-choked sunset of Argent. The sky outside was a riot of violet, orange, and a green that hadn't been seen since the first garden. "We did it," she said, turning to me. Her eyes were wet. The frequency changed. The whole block, Elia's, the hotel is growing into the street. The buildings next door, they're turning into gardens. The pavement is turning into grass. I walked to the desk. The ledger was glowing. The names weren't just written on the pages. They were dancing, moving, living. Guest the world, room, open, status, arrived. It's not just a hotel anymore, Sarah, I said, picking up the glass key and laying it on the desk. It's a new Argent. But as I looked out the window, I saw a single figure standing at the very edge of the new grass, where the gray pavement still held its ground. It was a man in a suit of such perfect midnight black that it seemed to absorb the light of the new sunset. He wasn't wearing a watch. He wasn't carrying a briefcase. He was holding a for sale sign. The landlord. He didn't look angry. He looked patient. He looked like a man who knew that every summer eventually turns to winter and that every song eventually ends in silence. He looked at me, and though he was a block away, I heard his voice as clearly as if he were whispering in my ear. A lovely renovation, Elias, truly. You've increased the value of the property immensely. I shall enjoy taking it back when you tire of playing manager. He turned and walked away into the shadows of the old city, and for a moment, the amber light of the way station flickered. He's not going away, is he? Kevin asked, coming to stand beside me. No, I said, watching the darkness where the landlord had been. He'll always be there, waiting for the rooms to be empty, waiting for us to forget why we're here. I looked back at the lobby, at the people who were finally, truly safe. I looked at Marta, Kevin, Sarah, and Mrs. Gable, my family, my staff. But he's going to have to wait a very long time, I said, because tonight the rooms are full, and tomorrow we're building an annex. I picked up the pencil. My hand was steady. The scar on my palm had closed, leaving behind a faint, white line in the shape of a key. I turned to a new page in the ledger. Entry 1001, guest, hope, room, all of them, status, permanent. The night was no longer something to be feared. It was a canvas. And as the manager of the way station, I finally had the colors to fill it. The music played on, a new song for a new world, and for the first time in the history of Argent, the clock didn't tell us how much time we had left. It told us how much we had found. The landlord's departure didn't leave a void, it left a challenge. The air in the lobby remained sweet, but there was a new weight to it, the weight of maintenance. A miracle is a momentary flash, but a hotel is a commitment to the following morning. I watched the for sale sign in the distance dissolve into the twilight, but the chill of his gaze lingered on the glass of the front window like frost. He's right about one thing, Mrs. Gable said, her voice cutting through the celebratory hum of the lobby. She was smoothing the edges of the ledger with a hand that still trembled. A building this size, holding this much, it requires a tremendous amount of inwardness. We are no longer drawing power from the city's grid. We are the grid, and the fuel is us. I looked at the guests. They were settling in, but their faces still bore the shadows of the lives they had fled. The man who had been a cog in the department of redundancy was staring at a painting on the wall, a landscape of a mountain range he had only ever seen in a fever dream. He was weeping, but it was a dry, exhausted sound. The fuel isn't just us, Mrs. Gable, I said, leaning over the desk. It's the stories. We've been treating the guests as people to be protected, but they are the architecture now. Every memory they reclaim strengthens the joists. Every dream they dare to have reinforces the foundation. I turned to Kevin. He was vibrating, his threefold existence having settled into a strange, rhythmic twitch. Kevin, we need a census, not for the landlord and not for the auditor. I need to know what everyone brought with them, not their luggage, their talents. I saw a woman in the corner who smells like ozone. I suspect she knows how to talk to the lightning. I saw a man whose pockets are full of seeds that shouldn't grow in this soil. You want to put them to work? Kevin asked, his eyes wide. I want to give them a stake, I replied. The landlord wins when people feel like they are merely occupying space. This isn't a shelter. It's a sovereign territory. If we're building an annex, we're going to need more than brick and mortar. We're going to need the specialized physics of the dispossessed. I left the desk and walked toward the elevators. The brass gates were no longer just metal. They looked like woven sunlight. As I stepped inside, Sarah slipped in beside me. She looked exhausted, the glow of her humming having faded into a pale, translucent shimmer around her skin. "Where are we going?" she asked. "To the roof," I said. "I need to see the borders." The elevator didn't move up, it moved through. We passed floors that didn't exist in the original blueprints, the floor of unsent letters, where the air was thick with the scent of ink and longing, the floor of lost dogs, where the sound of happy barking echoed through corridors of endless grass. When the doors finally opened, we weren't on a flat gravel roof, but on a wide, stone terrace that overlooked the transformation of Argent. From this height, the sight was staggering. The way station was no longer a single building. It was a golden infection. The amber light from our windows had spilled into the street, and where it touched the gray stone of the neighboring tenements, the stone was waking up. Ivy, thick and vibrant, was racing up the sides of the auditor's old offices. The streetlights, once flickering and sickly, were now glowing with a steady, warm hearth light. But beyond the first 3 blocks, the gray remained. It was a hard, jagged line, a cliff edge where the music met the silence. In that darkness, I could see the shapes of the landlord's influence. The tall, spindly towers of the city's elite were pulsing with a rhythmic, mechanical red light, like the heartbeat of a dying star. They were waiting. They were calculating the cost of our existence. "It's not enough, is it?" Sarah whispered, shivering in the cool night air. "We're a bubble, a beautiful, fragile bubble in a sea of ink." "A bubble is a sphere," I said, looking at the line where the grass turned back into cracked asphalt. "And a sphere is the strongest shape in nature. But you're right, we can't just sit here and wait for the ink to corrode us. We have to expand the frequency." I reached out and touched the stone railing. It felt warm, like skin. The hotel was still pulsing with the energy I had poured into the deep clock, but I could feel the strain. The auditor, sitting down there in the dark among the gears, was a temporary fix. He was a bookkeeper trying to hold back the tide of eternity. "Sarah, can you sing to the buildings across the line?" She looked at me as if I were mad. "Elias, those buildings are empty. They're just shells. The landlord owns the very air inside them." "Nothing is empty," I said. "Everything has a resonance, even the landlord's stone. It was born from the earth once. It remembers being part of a mountain. It remembers the sun. I need you to find that memory and wake it up." She closed her eyes, her brow furrowed in concentration. She didn't start humming immediately. She listened. She listened to the wind whistling through the iron girders of the city, to the distant, rhythmic clanking of the factories that never slept, to the muffled sobs of 1,000,000 people who hadn't yet found the door. Then she began. It wasn't the haunting melody from the lobby. It was something sharper, a piercing, crystalline note that seemed to vibrate the very marrow of my bones. It was the sound of a glass breaking in reverse. I watched the border. For a long minute, nothing happened. The gray remained gray. The silence remained silent. But then, a block away, a single window in a derelict apartment building cracked. From the crack, a sliver of amber light escaped. Then another, and another. The building didn't change into a garden. It changed into a reflection. It began to hum back. "It's working," I breathed. But as the resonance spread, something moved in the shadows of the street below. a figure, tall and thin, wearing a coat that seemed to be made of wet shadows. It wasn't the landlord. It was something else, a bailiff. One of the enforcers of the old laws, the ones who came to collect when the auditor failed. The bailiff didn't look up at us. He walked to the building Sarah was singing to and placed a flat, gray hand against the brick. The amber light flickered. The resonance died. The building went cold and silent again, the ivy that had begun to sprout turning instantly to ash. Sarah gasped, stumbling back, her hand clutching her throat. He choked it. He put out the fire. "He's grounding the circuit," I said, my teeth clenched. "He's a literal dead weight." The bailiff looked up then. He had no eyes, only two horizontal slits that glowed with a dull, leaden light. He raised a hand and pointed at the way station. Behind him, dozens more of his kind emerged from the fog. They weren't coming to storm the doors. They were surrounding us, forming a circle of silence. They're going to starve us, I realized. They can't get in, so they're going to make sure nothing else gets out. No more guests, no more music. They'll wait until we burn through our own stories, until we've eaten all of Marta's bread and dreamed all our dreams. They'll wait for us to go quiet. Then we go out to them, a voice said from behind us. I turned. It was the auditor, or rather, the man who had been the auditor. He was leaning against the doorway to the terrace, his new gray coat flapping in the wind. His one blue eye was fixed on the bailiffs below. "You can't," I said. "They'll tear you apart. You're a traitor to the ledger." "I am a guest," he corrected me, his voice still raspy but gaining strength. "And a guest has the right to invite others. You think the landlord owns the streets. He only owns the perception of them. He owns the fear that makes people keep their eyes on the pavement." He walked to the edge of the terrace, standing beside Sarah. "I spent centuries writing the laws of this city. I know where the loopholes are. The landlord's power is based on the idea of fixed assets, but a hotel is a transitional space. By its very nature, it is never fixed. It is always in a state of becoming." The auditor looked at me. "Manager, you gave me a room. Now I need you to give me a key, not the glass one. I need a master key, one that works on the doors that haven't been built yet." "I don't have one," I said. "Yes, you do," he said, pointing to the scar on my palm. "The teardrop. It's not just a mark of your grief, Elias. It's a mold. It's the shape of the lock that holds the city shut." I looked down at my hand. The white line of the scar was pulsing in time with the deep clock. I understood then. I hadn't just been chosen to manage the hotel. I had been chosen to be the locksmith for the entire miserable world of Argent. "What do I do?" "You have to sign for it," the auditor said, a ghostly smile touching his lips. "You have to authorize a mass vacancy. You have to tell the city that their leases are null and void." I closed my eyes and reached out with my mind, down through the floors of the hotel, past the lobby, past the kitchen, deep into the basement where the clock was turning. I felt the pulse of the guests, the thousands of heartbeats that were now part of the